Yeah, checking, checking. Okay.
Is it working? Thank you, sir.
Yes, Kevin, I am here. Okay.
I'd like to invite all legislators to the chambers so that we can begin the Rules Committee. All right, I'm going to call the meeting of the Rules Committee to order and ask Legislator Steve Rhodes to lead us in the pledge. Thank you, Steve. Mike, could you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Rules Committee roll call. Legislator Sela Bino. Legislator Delia DeRigi-Whitten. Ranking Member Kavan Abrahams.
Here.
Thank you. Legislator Laura Schaefer. Here. Legislator Stephen Rhodes. Vice Chairman Howard Copel. Chairman Richard Nicolello.
Here.
We have a quorum, sir.
Okay, thank you. We are going to handle, as customary, the contracts portion of the rules calendar first, and I'm going to call the following contracts B17, B18, B21, B22 of 2021. These are resolutions authorizing the county executive to award and execute contracts between the county and Basilico Civil and J. Anthony Enterprises. E61, E62, E63, E64, E65, E66, E67, E68, E69, E72, E73, E74, E75, E76, E77, E78, E79, E80, E81, E83, U2, 2021. Resolutions authorizing the county executive to execute personal services agreements or amendments to personal services agreements between the county and Lewis K. McLean Associates, Lyro Engineers, Arthur Gallagher Risk Management, Lyro Program and Construction Management, Lockwood Kessler and Bartlett, Spectre Group 2, H2M Architects, Engineers, and Land Surveyors, Armand Corporation, Gannett Fleming, QED National, Jackson Lewis, N&P Engineering, Cuomo LLC, Leadership Training, Inc., Devitt Spellman, Elegant Enterprise Wide Solutions, Afanato Marriott LLP. Those contracts are moved by Minority Leader Abrahams, seconded by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell. Before we start to go into the contracts individually, we need a motion to untable the following. E21, E60, which are resolutions authorizing the county executive to execute personal services agreements or amendments to personal services agreements between the county and the Safe Center L. Long Island and Benadio and Company LLP. Moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator DeReggie Whitten. All right, all those contracts are before us. Let's start off with the Public Works contracts.
Good afternoon, Ken Arnold, Public Works.
Afternoon, Ken.
The first contract, B17, is a construction contract for the resurfacing Phase 67. This is a state-funded project, 80% reimbursement. We have 5 bids. Basilico was the lowest responsible bidder. The MWB is at 15%.
Any questions? Nope. B18.
Okay, B18 is a contract for pavement, traffic safety, and pedestrian improvements for Manor Haven Boulevard. There were 7 bids received. J. Anthony was the lowest responsible bidder. 1 bid was not opened as it was not submitted as per required in our bid specifications. J. Anthony bid was below the engineer's estimate and determined to be acceptable. MWB is at 11%.
Okay, I just had a question. Many of the aspects of this are streetscaping, installation of benches, lighting, trash receptacles, bus shelters, etc., which is obviously something that's very positive, but we don't see this in public works contracts in general.
It's also part of resurfacing, so it was all encompassing project, similar to the Belmore Streetscape project you'll see next month, I hope.
Okay.
Where we're addressing not only the pavement, but also the other conditions around the road that we're looking to be done.
All right, so once a project involves street repaving or resurfacing, then it may include these other streetscaping.
It was the other way around. It was brought to our attention that there were traffic safety concerns.
Okay.
So we looked at pedestrian safety, and then we held off resurfacing until we did the whole project.
Okay, all right. I mean, we think, I'm sure every one of us thinks that's a good idea. We'd like
It was
to
a
see more of
separate
those.
capital project approved in the capital plan also.
It was, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Any questions? Let's go to B21.
Okay, so B21 is a resurfacing contract for Middle Neck Road. It also has a traffic safety improvement at Barstow intersection where we had a fatality a number of years ago. 5 bids were received, and Basilico was determined to be the lowest responsible bidder. The bid came in at the engineer's estimate, and the MWB is at 17%.
Any question? Nope. B22.
So B22 is another construction contract called the Bolden Complete Streets, which is a traffic improvement on Grand Avenue from Merrick Road up till Stanton, I believe. There were 3 bids received. J. Anthony was determined to be the lowest responsible bidder. The bids did come in above the engineer's estimate and were found to be acceptable at that higher level after our review. We did work with New York State DOT and was able to receive additional funding to cover the additional cost of the project. The current federal share is at $4.7 million. MWBE for this project is 9%.
Questions? No, keep going.
Okay.
E61, I think, right?
Okay, so E61, there's a number of projects I'm going to group together here to make it a little easier. So on today's calendar, we have 6 contracts for the CM services associated with various GOSA construction contracts that were before this body in the last session. These contracts were all done under a single solicitation. The solicitation resulted in 14 responses. The Technical Review Committee determined that the top technically ranked firms are all capable of completing the work, and as such, the Technical Review Committee determined that to select the lowest cost proposal for each one of those contracts. So for E61, the CM services for Bay Park East Rockaway drainage improvements, LKMA was the highest technically ranked firm with the lowest cost, MWBE at 30%. For E62, that's the Lido drainage improvement contract. Lero was again the highest technically ranked firm and lowest cost. The MWBE was 0% for this work. They're self-performing all the work. It's a much smaller contract. E63 is the Island Park Transit-Oriented Development GOSA project. Again, Lero was the highest technically ranked firm at lowest cost. MWBE at 0%. Again, they're self-performing a very small project, all in-house. E64 is a GOSA drainage project for Lawrence. Lero was the highest technically ranked firm with the lowest cost. In this case, MWBE is at 31%. E69 is a drainage project for Cedarhurst. Again, another GOSA project. Lero was the highest technically ranked firm at the lowest cost, MWBE at 29%. And finally, E77, I jumped up, but I just want to group them all together, is a GOSA CM contract for Silver Lake. Nelson & Pope was the highest technically ranked firm with the lowest cost, MWBE at 0 because it's all being self-performed because it's a small contract. And I'd like to note that all 6 of these contracts are 100% GOSA funded.
Okay, thank you. Is the GOSA program going to be ending at some point?
Yes, there's only one other contract that will come to this body on GOSA, which is the Park and Beach project, where we had a county project that we're supplementing with GOSA funds. That's out to bid currently, but this is the last of those projects.
So there's no danger of us moving ahead with these projects and not getting funded by GOSA. Once we've approved the projects, then we're in the program?
Yes, we have worked with them in great detail. The county does have to deliver the project on a timely schedule, but other than that, we should be fine with funding.
Okay. All right. Does anyone have any questions on these 6 contracts? Nope. All right, so I'm going to go ahead to E66.
Okay, so E66.
Actually, you want to do 60, I think, is it 66 and 68 that both relate to the family court?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
So E66 and 68, as you mentioned, are both amendments for contracts associated with the Family Mat Court. E66 is with our construction management firm for Phase 1, and E68 is with our design firm for both Phase 1 and Phase 2. Both these amendments are retroactive and are associated with delays associated with both the contractor and with COVID, and to catch them up on their payments and moving forward to the completion of the project. Just as a note, we did default the contractor in February on this project, and we issued notice to proceed for Phase 2 in April.
Okay. When the family court project commenced years ago, correct?
Correct.
I understand that there were some delays because of the contractors' performance as well as COVID. But the frustration that many of us have is that this has gone on for years and years and years. It's not as big an issue now with remote court appearances and things, but people are going to start going back to courts. And if they have to go back to the facility in West Westbury, the people are literally just piled on each other. So there's a great need for this to be done. And my other life, in my law office, the building looks out on the Nassau Community College, and I've seen the police academy go up and near completion, and this family court is just moving along at a glacial pace. I mean, when are we going to get this thing done?
So what happened is, as we were ending, before COVID, we were transitioning from Phase 1 to Phase 2. We had put the bid out. We were all set to go. We had some hiccups with getting the contract through the IG's office, which delayed it, which we resolved that. And then we were ready to issue notice to proceed, and COVID hit. It was determined at that point we were going to delay the notice to proceed because of cash flow in the county until we understood both balancing cash flow for a couple of very large capital projects, which was the College Cluster C, the Police Academy, and then also Bayville Bridge and the Family Court. At that time, we determined to hold off issuing notice to proceed till April. When we did bid the job, we understood that there was a short time frame, so this job is an 18-month contract, which we reduced it from 24 months to try to get the job done sooner. When we did not anticipate any delays on wait until April because we had to finish Phase 1, and we were working with the Phase 1 contractor to get to that point. The Phase 1 contractor became unresponsive, not only due to COVID, but because other reasons, which I don't want to get into because we may end up with litigation down the line. So the department, working with the county attorney, determined to issue a default letter to the contractor. That default letter, we are looking to pick up all the additional work through the Phase 2 contract as a change order. We withheld enough retainage to cover this work in the Phase 2 contract, and the department, working with the county attorney and the comptroller, had conversations that will let us go proceed on that path. So we are now working in April. As April, we started Phase 2, 18-month contract, so we will continue to push that along. The difference between Family Court and the Police Academy is the Police Academy was a new construction, which eliminated a lot of the headaches. If I had to do it over again, I would just knock down 101 County Street Drive and build it from scratch. It would have been much easier, but I did not have that choice. I was not commissioner at that time. So moving forward, we hope to keep the project on schedule. We'll still have hurdles as we go through the project because it is an existing building. And the Family Justice Center part of the project will go out to bid this month and will be reconciled to finish at the same time as the Family Court contract.
Okay. So the Phase 2 is estimated 18 months, is that what you said?
It's an 18-month contract, yes.
So where will we be, assuming that Phase 2 takes 18 months, where will we be 18 months from now? Will it be completed? Will we on to Phase 3 or something else?
No, we are lining up both Phase 2 and the Family Justice Center to finish at the same time. So in 18 months, we should be in the process of moving people in and starting to occupy the building.
So you're talking about the end of 2022?
April of 22, 6 months, yes. That's a good time frame, yes.
All right. I mean, I would just ask you on that you focus all efforts of your department on making sure that this goes as quickly as possible. Again, once courts reopen, it's grossly unfair to the litigants, the families that have to go to the family court in Westbury. It's just not, it wasn't made for the volume that we see now.
Understood.
Okay. Anyone else have anything? Legislator Schaefer?
Hi, Commissioner. So just to clarify, Phase 2 is going to start now, or are we waiting for something
We issued
else?
notice of proceed April 5th, I think it was. So the contractor has started work. He's doing all his submittals. He's starting to do construction activities, and we have 18 months scheduled to finish the project by.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, let's go on to 67, E67.
So E67 is a retroactive amendment associated with construction management services for traffic signal expansion Phase 6. This amendment expands the contract till January of 21, which is one additional year, and increased the cap by $425,000. This contract is now completed. We did all the work. The CM company is helping us with the closeouts with New York State DOT. Delays associated with this were both, they had issues with their subcontracting. We had a delay with the start of the job because of DOT, and there were some COVID issues as we were proceeding with the closing of the project.
So what's the reason why we're getting an amendment that expired in January?
I asked my team a bunch of questions. They were late in getting back to me. I did not want to process till I understood the total impact of why we were doing this. That's part of it. We also had trouble getting some of the paperwork out of the contractor because of COVID. He was not in his office full time. I do apologize, but I wanted to make sure I understood this before I sent it to the body, and I delayed it.
Okay. Any questions? No. I think we go to E72, right?
Yes. Okay, so E72 is a contract amendment for the department's program management services contract for all our GOSA work. Armand was brought on to assist the department in making sure we got our reimbursements and we follow all the GOSA rules as we followed through with the 7 projects I mentioned earlier. There are no additional funds needed, just a term extension to coincide with the completion of the construction work. All this work was 100% funded through GOSA, so we're extending this contract through September of 2022.
Okay. Any questions?
And this is a minority business firm also.
I did notice that with respect to the GOSA contracts especially, I noticed that the MWBE numbers seem to be going up, which is...
Yeah, we have a requirement,
Yeah.
and that's why I point out the ones that were 0, because the jobs are so small. We'll have to make up that requirement in the construction work as we go through the process.
All right. Any questions on this one? Why don't we do the next 2 together? It's E73 and E74.
Yes, please, thank you. So these 2 items are 2 of the 5 on-call contracts for environmental design services. These services include smaller package projects for the wastewater facilities, some stormwater permit implementation projects, and also other environmental needs. The MWBE for both of these will be based on the task orders assigned. E73 is with Gannett Fleming, and E74 is with H2M Engineering.
Any questions?
Okay? I think my last one's E83.
E83?
Yep, so E83 is the construction management services contract for the Grand Avenue Baldwin Complete Streets project. We had 10 firms submitted proposals, of which 2 were determined to be technically superior. The highest technically ranked firm, also having the lowest cost proposal, was selected, which is LKB, or Lockwood Kessler Bartlett. Their MWBE is at 22%.
Any questions? Legislator Bynum.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Good afternoon, Ken. Just a quick question. The numbers, and I was writing down some of these numbers with the MWBE, and they were good. They were 9 and 10%, and this one's at 22%. And you mentioned that there's a requirement. So the same energy that we put towards, making sure that we get these higher numbers when there's a requirement, why can't we put that same energy towards the regular contracts that don't have a requirement but only have a best effort by way of the county?
Well, that's the whole reasoning behind the diversity study, is currently I can't force a contractor to pay more to bring in a minority firm if it would cause them to lose the bid. Right? So if it's not a requirement, they're going to do their best efforts, but they also have a shared concern about being the lowest responsible bidder. So that's why.
You're talking about the disparity study. Yes.
Yeah, the disparity study will probably repivot that, and may give the county requirements or something else in the future that will change the equation how we do this. But right now, I can't force a firm to lose a bid by hiring minority.
So you answered the question for me by saying backwards, by saying that there's based on the requirement that you're actually, we might be spending more on those contracts because we're actually ensuring that we meet our requirements by requiring the vendor to find a minority subcontractor.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the answer. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ken. Next contract is E65 with the Office of Management and Budget.
Chris Nolan, Office of Management and Budget. E65 is a contract with Arthur J. Gallagher Risk Management Services to act as the county's insurance broker. The term of the contract is 5 years. As the county's broker of record, Gallagher will review policies up for renewal, present options and recommendations for coverage, and engage in negotiations with carriers and bond coverage. For the placement of the insurance, Gallagher will receive a 9% commission to be paid by the carrier. Additionally, under the contract, we have the opportunity to spend an additional $10,000 annually for consulting services unrelated to the placement of insurance. The county is in need of their expertise in consulting services related to federal grant awards received for federally declared disasters. These federal awards have clauses that require recipients of the funds to obtain and maintain insurance for damaged facilities and assets that were repaired or replaced with the federal award dollars. Gallagher will assist the county by reviewing the awards under this scope. They'll assist us by reviewing the awards, the scope of damages, gathering additional information and data on the properties, and formulate an affordable insurance program that will satisfy federal guidelines. Gallagher was selected pursuant to an RFP issued by the county. They were one of two firms that responded to the RFP. The selection committee, comprised of the staff from the Office of Management and Budget and the county attorney, reviewed the proposals, solicited best and final offers, and ultimately recommended award to Arthur Gallagher.
Thank you for that presentation. Anyone have any questions on this? Nope, I think we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next two are with Information Technology, E75, QED National, E81, Elegant Enterprise. Let's Elegant Enterprise. Let's do QED first.
Good afternoon, Nancy Stanton, E75, QED National. This new contract is for supplemental staffing services. Contract term is 3 years with 2 one-year renewals for a total of 5 years. We're encumbering $25,000 at this time. This vendor is woman-owned.
Any particular area that this is assigned to, or is this generalized stuff?
General, wherever, if we have a project that we need some help with.
Any questions on E75? Legislator Schaefer.
Hi, Commissioner, how are you?
Hello.
Just curious, I know we've talked in the past about the IT department shifting their work from outside vendors to in-house. So is this not work that we can do? I know because it's kind of, we just
Well,
said it's
this
kind
is
of
just
general.
to have a vendor on standby in the event we need help with something that we can't do in-house.
Okay, any particular area or no? Just
No,
it was
across the board.
For general,
Yeah,
okay, that's
they
what you're
can help
saying.
us with a lot of things, yeah.
Okay. And in your experience, how often do we generally need to use on-call, contractors?
Primarily, we've been using them for PeopleSoft, which I'm trying to get away from. So rare do we use these contracts, but there are times that we do.
Okay.
We're using them in GIS right now, one person. We have someone in assessment, and we have someone in the web group working on different projects.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? No, let's go on to the next one, E81.
Okay. E8121, Elegant Enterprise Wide Solutions, Inc. This new contract is for recruitment services to assist the county in attracting and hiring candidates. Contract term is 3 years with 2 one-year renewals for a term of 5 years. Ceiling is $40,000. This vendor is minority-owned.
Okay, do they provide any supplemental staffing, Elegant Enterprise Solutions?
We
No.
do not have anyone from this vendor at this time.
Okay.
This is a new vendor for us.
I know that we had approved one of these contracts at the last Rules Committee meeting for,
Yes.
so why would you need to have additional?
It's nice to have a variety that we can send statement of works to get other candidates. It just opens the arena up for us.
All right, any questions? Legislator Schaefer and Legislator Reggie Whitten.
Commissioner Stanton, and it also works in such a way as we're only paying if you get a candidate
Correct.
that you accept.
That's correct.
Okay, just confirming. Thank you.
Thank you.
Legislator Reggie Whitten.
I might be missing it, but what exactly is the term for the 40,000? Like how long? Do you have
The contract
access
is
to them?
a 3-year term with 2 one-year renewals.
And the total of that is 40,000, or is it?
The
40.
ceiling is 40,000.
So even with the 2 renewals, your
Yes.
limit is
Yes.
40,000? Okay.
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
The next 4 contracts are with the County Attorney's Office. Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chief Deputy County Attorney Jessica Molinares, Molinares.
Thank you. So E76, Jackson Lewis.
E76 is a special counsel contract with the firm of Jackson Lewis. This contains 3 matters, 2 of which are now settled. You will see that the contract is retroactive. Relates to an outstanding invoice on one of the settled matters. And in order to effectuate that payment, we'd have to backdate to the end of the contract.
Could you, I didn't necessarily follow. Could you explain that again?
Sure. Do you mind, can you hear me better if I take
Yeah.
off my mask? Okay. Excuse me, Brian. This particular contract is for special counsel services on 3 matters. It's a case-specific contract, so we went from a prior qualified areas contract, which was for general services, to a case-specific. 3 of these 3 cases, 2 of them are now settled, so they're closed. However, we had to make this particular contract retroactive in order to close out one remaining invoice on one of those settled matters.
All right. Any questions? So that's why it appears in the backup that the retroactive date is nearly 2 years ago.
Correct. So there was an advisement in order to pay out under the prior contract, to pay out all outstanding invoices. However, that advisement did not cover the full amount. And because of that outstanding invoice, in order to have a mechanism to pay, we do have to backdate the contract.
Okay. All right. You want to do E78?
Sure. E7821 is for special counsel services with the law firm of Cuomo LLC. This is for a false arrest, false imprisonment, malicious prosecution matter that's currently ongoing. It's relatively new in litigation. That is for services that are dated, that begin January 2nd, 2021.
Well, counsel indicates that the complaint was filed in September of 2020. County's answer was due October 2020, so they didn't do any work until January. Is that correct?
There was, were able to obtain some adjournments. There was some minimal work that was done by counsel prior to January 2nd. However, they understand that the contract is dated from January 2nd on.
So why would it come to us in May? How come it took 5 months, 4 months?
So the contract was signed February 17th. It was notarized February 22nd by counsel. The contract, after that signing of the contract, there was some, obviously the firm then needs to proceed with the vendor portal and the disclosures. So that was all finalized, and this contract was routed April 8th.
Okay. It does seem like a long time to get the paperwork to us. It seems like an ongoing issue with the county attorney's office.
That's something, presenting officer, that we are working with and striving to improve as we can with each contract. We are making every effort in that regard.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Any questions on this contract? Legislator DeRidge Whitten?
Yeah, I just want to, it's more of a statement than anything, but just like the term of retroactive contracts and all, it doesn't really exist, you know, it's just something that happens a lot that we hear, but there really is no like retroactive wording. It's just not, it's not a legitimate type of contract, and I understand with the legal process that you have a lot of different, you know, it's always moving, but I just don't want people to feel that it's acceptable, basically, to have retroactive, because it's really not. It's just a late contract that really shouldn't be happening without the legislative approval. So, again, I'm just making a statement, because it's not just you, it's many departments, but basically it's bypassing the legislature to do work and then coming to us and calling it retroactive, which doesn't truly exist. So I feel that as a legislator, I just wanted to make that clear.
If I may just take a moment to assure you, legislator, each special counsel is reminded verbally and in writing that up and until legislative approval is given for this contract, there is no mechanism for their payment, and essentially they are operating at their own risk. because this is all dependent on legislative approval.
Okay, and I guess just to reinforce that, I just want to say I believe all 19 of us really believe that, you know, it's not always going to be automatic. You know, sometimes it won't happen, so there is a real risk. And, you know, it's not the way I like to see it happen, so I just wanted to again, it's not just directed at your department, it's just, you know, the entire process. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you, legislator.
Legislator Rhodes.
And the other concern is that even though these outside counsels are being cautioned that there's the chance that the legislature might reject their contracts and they may ultimately wind up not getting paid, you know, it's not as, when we're considering these contracts, it puts us in a difficult position because we understand that there are firms out there that have been putting their time in, that have been devoting their resources to representing the county, and we feel as though there's an obligation, in many instances on our part, to approve these contracts because the work has already been done, simply out of fairness. And that's really not the position that we're supposed to be in, because it denies us the opportunity to independently evaluate these contracts before the work is done and make a decision as to whether or not it's something we even want to proceed with. So, you know, that's really the ultimate concern, is that if we made the decision today that, hey, you know, why can't we handle this in-house? We don't want to use outside counsel. That choice has already been made for us. You know, even though technically it hasn't been, because everybody's been warned, the reality is, you know, we almost have no choice other than to put a firm that in good faith has done the work in the difficult position of not being able to get paid for that work.
Any other questions or statements? Why don't we move on to E80, Devitt and Spellman?
Devitt Spellman, E80 particularly, is a contract for special counsel services related to the enforcement of open housing provisions. This contract will become effective. The effective date will be the date that the legislature approves this contract. So no work has been done just yet. There's been no billing on this. And this is essentially to assist with to advise, to enforce, to prosecute violations of open housing provisions.
Any questions? No. Last one is U2, Afanato.
So U221 is for special counsel services with the firm of Afanato. This relates to a workers' compensation claim that's venued in New Jersey. And this is also has a retroactive date to November 1st, 2021. This particular claim was somewhat distinct because the current third-party administrator for workers' compensation claims does not handle claims in New Jersey. So we did have to proceed with a special bid for claims for a counsel that could handle the claim in New Jersey. Unfortunately, the first firm that was selected from the selection process, after engaging in the contract process and in the vendor portal process, the firm actually withdrew its candidacy, and we then had to go back and select a second bidder.
Question: Why is the county involved with a case involving New Jersey compensation law?
It seems that that's where that claimant received their services.
Okay. All right. Any questions of this? All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Probation Department, E79.
Good afternoon, Joe Shalero, Fiscal Officer, Nassau County Department of Probation. This is a one-year contract running from January 1st, 2021 through December 31st, 2021 to provide educational services at the Juvenile Detention Center.
Any questions? All right. And hearing none, okay. I think we're good. Thank you. We have the two contracts that we had untabled. One is E21 with the Safe Center. These two contracts had been tabled to allow the IG time to complete her review, and she has done so.
Good afternoon, Bob McManus, District Attorney's Office. E21 is a one-year extension of a contract with Safe Center of Long Island for a 24-hour hotline for victims of domestic violence. If the caller calls the hotline in an emergency situation, immediate assistance is provided. In non-emergency situation, the callers are referred to services that can provide assistance where it is needed. This item was tabled due to issues with the vendor's completion of the necessary disclosure forms.
Okay. Any questions on this one? No, we're good. Thank you, Bob.
Okay, thank you.
E60, Department of Human Services.
Hi, it's Brian Hall from Human Services. This is a contract with Bonadio, which is an independent accounting firm that we RFP'd for. We needed an outside auditor to go over our consolidated fiscal reports we're sending up to mental health, and we've not been able to do it for the last few years, but we finally got them set up. And what they do is they review it and sign off on it. And this is required, and basically, could affect our funding going forward if we didn't have it done. So, but we're all lined up now, and they're ready to start going as soon as possible.
All righty. Any questions on this one? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. That was the last of the contracts before us, so we are going
Can I ask one question back on E79, I think it was, with the probation department? Would that be okay, just a quick one?
Yes.
We didn't vote on it yet.
We didn't vote on it yet, but
I just had a question about the procedure over the last year, because have you been teaching them in person, or has it been remote? Or?
Remote.
So it's all remote. And you're able to do that with laptops and everything for each
Yeah, they have the both desktops as well as iPads
Okay.
that leadership training provides into the training center.
Okay. And so all right, and they're prepared to continue should that be necessary with this contract?
If necessary, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
okay. So we are going to now call for a vote for all the contracts that we have called today and that are on the table right now. Any further debate or discussion? Any public comments? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. So we'll put the Rules Committee in recess, and what's next? Not sure. Public safety? Public safety is next. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. I'll be calling the Public Safety Committee to order. And I will ask the clerk to read the roll call.
Roll call, Public Safety Committee. Legislator Deborah Muley.
Here.
Legislator Sheila Bino. Ranking Member Delia DeRigi-Witten. Thank you. Legislator John Ferretti Jr. Legislator Vincent Muscarella.
Here.
Vice Chairman Stephen Rhodes. Chairwoman Denise Ford. We have a quorum, ma'am.
Much, sir. Okay. There is one item on the agenda today, which is clerk item number 154-21. Clerk item number 154-21 is an ordinance supplemental to an appropriation ordinance in connection with the correctional center. May I have a motion? Moved by Legislator Rhodes, second by Legislator DeRigi-Witten. The item is before us. Okay. Who is here from the administration? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Captain Michael Golio from the Sheriff's Department. This is simply a supplemental appropriation of funds, forfeiture funds. There is no federal match, so it's money to be used. $160,744.
And that's for the K-9 unit is?
So yes, we have a number of different task forces. Primarily the K-9 unit at the airport brings the money.
So you get it from there, and then it comes to the, okay,
Correct.
I see. All right, thank you for the clarification. Any questions from the legislators? Anything from the public? I see none. All right. All those in favor of approving this, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Opposed? Okay, the item is approved unanimously. Thank you very much, sir. Okay. Okay, now, there is an addendum to this agenda. May I have a motion to suspend the rules? Moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator Bino. Okay. All in favor of suspending the rules, please signify by saying aye. Okay, the rules are suspended. There is one item on the agenda today, which is clerk item number 172-21. This is a resolution authorizing the county executive to execute an agreement with American Traffic Solutions Incorporated, DBA Vera Mobility, and to agreements with school districts in relation to the county school bus stop-arm photo enforcement program. May I have a motion? Moved by Legislator DeRigi-Witten, seconded by Legislator Rhodes. Okay, the item is before us. Who is here? Oh, good afternoon, from the administration.
Hello.
How are you?
Good, thank you. I'm Allison Malamy, Chief Deputy Commissioner of Shared Services. Malamy, M-A-L-H-A-M-E. In August 2019, New York State law authorized local governments to adopt a local law to establish a demonstration program imposing owner liability for failure of an operator to stop for a school bus displaying a red visual sign and stop arm, and to enter into an agreement or enter into agreements with school districts for the installation and operation of school bus photo violation monitoring systems on school buses owned, operated by, or under contract with such school districts. The legislature acted to ensure motorist accountability and child safety throughout Nassau County by adopting local law number 19 of 2019, establishing a demonstration program entitled the School Bus Photo Violation Monitoring Program, also known as the Stop Arm Program, imposing owner liability for failure of an operator to stop for a school bus displaying a red visual sign and stop arm. After this local legislation was enacted, the county issued an RFP on September 1st, 2020, to hire a contractor for the installation, operation, maintenance, and use of the school bus photo violation monitoring systems, for the proper handling and custody of such recorded images, and for the forwarding of such images to the county. The Nassau County Traffic and Parking Violations Agency, or TIPVA, will issue and process the infraction notices, as well as administer collection of fines and penalties. Following an evaluation process, American Traffic Solutions, Inc., doing business as Vera Mobility, was selected due to technical capacity, services offered, and providing the best financial return to the county. We are requesting that the legislature approve a resolution authorizing the county executive to, 1, enter into a contract with Vera Mobility to install, operate, and maintain a school bus photo violation monitoring system on school buses owned, operated by, or under contract with school districts located within the county as part of the county's Stop Arm program. And 2, enter into participation agreements with school districts located within the county who wish to participate in the Stop Arm program.
Okay, so that we're going to, currently, right now, we're going to set up this program, and it would be up to the school districts to decide whether or not they are going to participate or not?
Yes, yes, they can opt into the program.
Okay, and when you talk about like the best return with, I guess, what is it, Vera? Exactly how much? I know that the New York State set the fine at $250. Am I correct?
Each fine is $250. The county will receive 66.5%, and Vera Mobility will receive 33.5%.
And you were saying that they would, all right, so when I guess when the violation occurs, correct? We'll get a video of this. Would it be the same as the red light cameras, where people would actually see the point where they pass the school bus, as well as a video that will record them coming up to the school bus?
Yes.
Okay, so that it's either, they'll have a photograph as well as a video, correct?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right, and so they would be the ones to determine that the violation did occur and that the person should then pay the fine?
No, it's not up to them. It's at TIPVA, there is someone that reviews it and makes the final determination.
Okay, so they'll just receive the video and then they'll send it to TIPVA?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and do we have, I know that we have a number of employees that are already looking at red light camera tickets and working with all the other various traffic infractions. Are we prepared to hire more people to be able to handle this?
I am not, excuse me, let me see if Dave Rich.
Okay.
Hi, Dave Rich from TIPFA. We are prepared, and we have been in discussions with the administration. If we need to hire additional staff, we'll work on that.
Because I heard today that Suffolk County, they have already started their Stop Arm program, and for 60 days they gave warnings to motorists, and they actually issued 10,000 warnings just in 60 days. So, in the certain locations. So that seems to be a lot of violations, actually. That just, it's disheartening to realize that many people actually pass to stop school bus. But aside from that, when you look at the fact that you're going to have to review and then send out the notice and then follow up with the notice to these motorists, it just seems like that could be more labor intensive. I just want to make sure that if we're going to do this, we do this right. That it's we follow through and we don't have that the workers, we have an adequate number of workers to do this.
Understood. We'll ensure that we have adequate staff to issue the violations.
Okay. All right. Legislator Georgia Whitten?
Hi. I just have a couple questions. What have your feedback been with the school districts in Nassau County? Have most of them been positive, or?
Yes, we've had a lot of positive feedback. We sent out a survey in January of 2020 trying to gauge interest in this. The response wasn't that great to the survey, but working in shared services, I found sometimes we don't get great responses. About 50% of the districts responded with, I'd say 95% expressed an interest.
Okay, good. Now, out of the buses for each school district, not 100% will carry the camera. Is that correct?
Our goal is to have all of the buses outfitted with cameras. I mean, there are certainly some buses that may run after-school sports and activities like that wouldn't necessarily have a camera, but the goal is to have full fleet installation.
Oh, okay. So you're anticipating hopefully getting 100% of the buses in Nassau County to have a camera?
Yes.
Okay, that wasn't what I'd heard. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if that's what the contract says. Maybe we should just.
I think the goal is for full fleet installation, I believe.
I think there's a, sorry, but there, I think that there is a section that discusses selecting the routes that might be the most needed. So that would indicate that it wouldn't be every bus with every route. So I would just like to know if it is 100%, which I think would be great, but maybe we can get that clarification
I
as
think-
to what percentage.
I think what that is referring to is in the initial phase, that they would look at the routes and select the routes. But yes, the intention is for 100%.
Okay, and are the cameras always going to be on, or is it only when the bus is stopped?
The cameras are deployed when the stop arm is out.
And that happens automatically, or does the driver have to do anything?
It's automatic.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
But I just, I have a, when you talked about, with the school buses, 100%, I mean, I know my school districts are very much in favor of it, and like even for Long Beach, they have, it's their transportation system, so it probably should be rather simple to be able to do that. The school district makes the decision because it's their school buses. So these cameras will be operating even, I mean, they just don't operate just during school hours. It's any time. So like Long Beach, they utilize their school buses, and they also then use them to take the teams to other places for sports and everything. So if Long Beach has these school buses, and they're like, say, up in Seaford, okay, do they capture, they can capture people even in that area? They're not district specific, are they? Is it just that if the school bus has a camera on it and they're stopped and the arm comes out, they will capture whoever the motorist is regardless of where they are, correct?
Dan Gregoire, Deputy County Attorney.
Yeah.
Can you just repeat the question again, just so I understand?
What I mean is that, like, we have, like, the school districts will have, like, say, Long Beach School, I'm going to use them as an example. Like, so they have these cameras, okay? So when a school bus is stopped, the arm comes out automatically, the camera turns on, and whoever goes past the stopped school bus will have a violation issued, correct?
Correct, so long as the school district has opted into the program.
Okay.
That's correct.
So what happens if, like Long Beach, these are their buses, okay? So they will use their school buses to go to, to other events. Like they use it like to transport many of their students to Catholic high schools. They go to Kellenberg, they'll go to Sacred Heart, whatever. So if they happen to be outside their district, okay, and they're up by Garden City, all right, and they're discharging, or they may be stopped to allow the kids to get off, and the arm comes out, would a violation be generated at that time, even though it's not in their district?
That's a great question. I know certainly we're going to have to be working with the vendor on the business rules.
Yeah.
Which the contract contemplates.
Yeah.
So that's certainly something. And if any of the legislators have any other specific concerns about school districts, by all means, please let us know, because we can craft those business rules.
Well, I mean, I think it would be fair. I mean, if you're going to stop school bus, you shouldn't be anyway. So, I mean,
Correct, right.
And the whole point of this is to start conditioning drivers to understand that, you know what, just pay attention and stop. My other issue then, too, would be, I mean, where I live, we have these large medians. They're very wide. As a matter of fact, our crossings to go across it are designed, the lights are designed so that a resident cannot necessarily walk across, all the way across Park Avenue because of the width of the median. All right, and as a result of that, you may have cars going eastbound with a school bus coming westbound, all right? So if you have, so there are times when somebody could be blocked because of, you could have like a truck going, spanning across both sides because they're on, like, say, on Olives. They would be on Edwards Boulevard, okay? So they could block it. So, like, if I'm going eastbound and a school bus could be stopped going westbound, there could be a big truck there. And the light can turn green, And the motorists may not be able to see that there is a school bus there. So how do you keep the motorists from getting a ticket for that? I mean, it's not their fault, or is there going to be, do we have it where there's a certain width of a median that tickets will be issued, but not necessarily for all medians?
Right, sure. And again, that is going to be part of the development of the business
Okay.
rules.
Yeah, because we need to know that and educate, yeah.
Sure, sure. And that's going to be a big part of this program. In order for it to be successful, we're going to have to educate the public on the program and the rules, like you're explaining.
And we have in this
Certainly.
legislation that we're giving a certain amount of time for, just to like send warnings out to residents. We're not going to immediately ticket them and fine them.
Right, the local law provided for a 30-day warning period. So,
Suffolk has 60.
correct, they implemented a 60. This was actually pursuant to the local law that Nassau County had adopted. They adopted a 30-day warning period.
Okay, well, we could look at that. Okay. All right, I might have other questions, but Legislator Bino.
And I'm sorry, Legislator Ford, just to also just follow up on your original question, I was just
Yeah.
thinking it through a little bit. And I understand that some of these bus companies, the bus companies serve multiple school districts.
Right, yeah.
So in those circumstances, if one school district opts into the program and another school district doesn't, as it stands right now, the one school district that opted in, when they're, whatever, stopping, whatever, picking
Yeah.
up their children, it would apply. But if the other school district didn't, then it wouldn't apply in that circumstance. So obviously, we want to make sure that we're trying to get as much participation from these school
Right.
districts as
Wow.
possible.
Yeah, you would, and then you're going to have to look at all of the
Because
different
that's something,
aspects of all of
and
this.
it's something
yeah.
that the vendor actually had brought up to our attention as well, just saying, just realize that, school districts can share bus companies, so it's additional
Right,
consideration.
That's
So,
right.
very-
I
it's
have
very
in
interesting.
my other, the rest of my district. Yes, they do share. So, well, okay. Well, you
Yeah,
work
a
cut
lot
out for you.
Yeah, a lot of nuances. That's for
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Legislator Bino.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Good afternoon. I'd first like to take the opportunity to thank legal counsel and the team, along with the co-introducee on this particular piece of legislation, Legislator Drucker, and I worked on this piece of legislation, so we're happy to see it advance. I'd like to really, a lot of the questions I was going to ask were asked and answered sufficiently. I just want to maybe tie in closer on that commencement date for this program. Is it September 2021?
We will be working toward implementing it in September, but we're required by law to have signs installed at every roadway entrance to Nassau County. That has to be done. We have to talk to the superintendents of every district and have them go back to their school boards and have the school boards approve, opt into the program. So we're hoping for it, and we're hoping to get that done as soon as the contract is approved by the legislature, start that rolling. So we're hoping to get the cameras installed this summer and start the program in September.
Okay. And it could be a rolling start, right? Because we can have districts that school boards get on board really quickly, and some that may not take, the initiative to get on and accept this project or program until later in the year. So there's no requirement for them to start in September 21 or not be able to participate, correct?
At this point, we haven't worked out the business rules as Dan was talking about on that. So that's the understanding right now.
Okay. We should definitely make sure that we allow for a rolling start. Then the questions about the different districts using, one particular company. Is it going to be as simple as just turning off the equipment when they're, let's say, Garden City says no, but Westbury says yes, and so, the buses, Bauman buses is picking up for Garden City, they just turn off the equipment so that they're not
It's my
capturing
understanding
that information?
Yeah, it's my understanding from the vendor that they can geofence the area of each school district, and that's how they turn the equipment off and on.
Yeah, I think that's going to be difficult, based on the the example that Legislator Ford just
Well-
provided.
It could be that they get a notice of a violation or, an infraction, but because of where it took place, a ticket wouldn't be generated.
Because they're dropping off, as stated, different school districts, but also, there's special education programs where they're transporting young people outside of the district, where the stop arm might still be activated in front of a particular drop-off location. Having served, and the spirit of this legislation was birthed out of having served on a school board and, really feeling the responsibility to transport these young people to and from their locations, very safely and in a way that, we're upholding our highest responsibility, right? And so I would love to make sure that in the spirit of that our intended outcomes are met, because you pick them up in district and you transport them someplace out of the area where the stop arm still is required to allow them to cross safely, and we're not capturing it, any breaches of the stop arm outside of district, I think would be, not in the spirit of the legislation. So I know there's a lot of business activities and policies and the like that need to be created, but just trying to push up some of the issues that I think might come to mind for me and for the vendor to consider. Yeah, I really like to see how if there's an ability just to turn off that camera as opposed to geofencing when they're not working with the school district that's engaged. And so you mentioned that you spoke to school districts. Do you have any numbers? I mean, we have 56 school districts. How many, seemed as though they were ready to go? And
The survey responded, there were 22 districts that indicated, yes, they were very interested in the program.
okay. And to assist them, is there any sample legislation, sample resolutions that would be presented to the school boards for them to opt in to make
Yes.
this a little easier for them?
Yes, in the back of the contract, there is a template, which is the participation agreement.
Okay. Very good. That's all the questions or statements I have for the moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Legislator Bino. Would this also be extended to parochial and charter schools?
Yes.
Okay, so that, so like the Catholic schools, like the high schools, that take students from all over, they would then be able to participate and utilize, I guess, whatever bus company that they may have, although they may use their because it would be up to the local districts that bus them.
Yes.
What would be a reason why a school district would not want to participate?
I don't know.
It just seems, to me, I'm such an advocate for that, it'd be like, yes, let's do it, because it is a matter of safety. But, but I guess even with this geo fence, whether or not I think Legislator Bino is right, but I don't know. I don't know if I want them to be the bus driver to be able to turn a camera off, because I'm so afraid they'll forget to turn the camera back on, because they do have a busload of children, which could, distract them. But maybe one thing that we may consider with the geofencing, I don't know if this can be done legally or not, but maybe if it's Garden City that opts in and Long Beach opts out, that if somebody's going through and all of a sudden the violation is caught on video or camera, like instead of sending a ticket, maybe we can send a notice to that resident to let them know, hey, guess what? You may not be getting ticketed. You were in a lucky area, but you did pass a stop school bus. Pay attention. So because the whole point of this is to try to really get these motorists to understand that you cannot pass these school buses. I mean, it's whether or not you're going east or west or north or south, you have to be aware of your driving and driving habits. So it might be something, but I guess these are all issues that we're going to have to work out as we move along with this. Wow. Okay. Legislator Ferretti.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you for your presentation. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I'm, in full support of this. I've 2 young children, and I happen to take my son to the bus stop every morning, and way too many times I see people, just buzzing right by the school buses and with no care whatsoever. But I also do see sometimes, I've seen this multiple times, where the school bus is stopped with a stop sign out, and the driver safely, might wave somebody on. Despite that, before letting the kids off the bus, they'll wave somebody to make the turn or pass before, when it's safe to do so. But if there was a camera there, they would get a ticket, right?
Yes.
So is there any kind of training that's going to, or notice that's going to go out to the drivers just to notify them of this issue? Because in situations like that, people would really wrongfully be getting tickets.
Yes. The school bus drivers will be trained.
Okay. So there are two real kind of like concerns I have with this specific agreement. The first is the notice issue, which I know Chairwoman Ford kind of touched on the fact that Suffolk has a 60-day notice, and this agreement only has a 30. So that's certainly something I'd want to see would be something similar to Suffolk with a 60-day. But when does that 60 days begin, or 30 days, as this is written, begin?
That is something, you want to talk about that?
Sure. Again, Dan Gregoire, Deputy County Attorney. Yeah, that's actually not pursuant to the agreement. That's actually pursuant to the local law that this body had adopted.
Okay.
But as far as when that 30-day period commences, I believe the local law states that it's upon implementation of the program, which I think would be reasonably interpreted, once the program commences and a school district has opted in, the 30-day warning period would commence, essentially once the cameras are turned on.
All right, so that would be something I think we need to make clear, because I agree with Legislator Bino in that you kind of want to have a rolling process here. So if, Levittown School District signs on for September, wonderful, their 30 days start whenever the cameras turn on. But then if Island Trees starts in November, the 30 days has already elapsed from the start of the program, but you would want to see the Island Trees school buses and the people in the, those school buses have a 30-day grace period from when they start, right? Is that how you read the local?
Sure. It's interesting because actually we've had multiple discussions specifically about that issue, whether or not it starts once the school district opts into the program, or if it's from the commencement of the beginning of the program. And that is something that we certainly are going to discuss internally. If the legislature, if they had a different intent in mind or a specific intent in mind when they adopted the local law, please let us know.
Well, I think from my standpoint, that's how I see it. It would be 30 days, or really it should be extended to 60, but 60 days from when the program starts for that specific district. And I don't think that's clear for sure.
Yeah.
And I think that's evidenced by the fact that you've had discussions, which I understand.
Right. And Dave Richards is reminding me that Suffolk County only had one 60-day warning period, although I believe they got full participation right from the outset.
So they had
which is certainly what we're striving for.
Right.
We would prefer that all the school districts sign up at the commencement of the program, but that is certainly something we have had discussions with internally.
Well, I would hope they would, but I'm a little bit surprised by the 22 out of 56 survey that you got. So I would think if that survey holds, that probably all 56 won't from the onset. It doesn't seem that way. So I think it would be, number one, advisable to go from 30 to 60. I think that 60 is definitely more fair, and I think that it should be clear that it's from the implementation from the day that specific district opts in. So that's a concern I have. Then the second component, the fine, the $250, is that statutory? Is that state statute? Is that just the blanket fine?
That was pursuant to the state, and I believe it was also incorporated into our county local law as well. Yes. So yes, that is statutory.
Now,
and just to get back to your question about with these school districts and when the warning period commences, certainly when we provide a public awareness campaign, that is going to be countywide. So it's not like we're just going to be informing about this program to the Rockville Center School District or whoever specific school district signs up. It's going to be a countywide awareness program. So all drivers should be aware throughout the county. In addition, we're also going to have signage that's going to be posted as well, and that's all statutory, to make sure that people are aware of this stop arm camera program countywide.
Yeah, no, I just, being that I'm at the bus stop every day, it's something that I see often, and there's no, I'm not accusing the bus drivers of doing anything wrong. They wave people on sometimes because they know the kids haven't gotten off the bus yet. So it just kind of sticks in my mind that every one of those people, they get waved on while the stop sign is out, if this was in place, would get a ticket. So that's a behavior that has to stop.
Yeah, right, exactly. And I think Allison was pointing in the right direction, that these bus drivers are going to be trained by ATS on proper procedures, and I'm sure that's going to be something that they're going to be taught to make sure that, you know, if that stop arm's deployed, they're going to have to, if they're waving on drivers, they're going to have to bring in the stop arm.
Well, hopefully that's just another reason why I think we should extend that grace period. You know, it's not just for drivers' behavior, but also we have training going on with the bus drivers. Now, just back to the fee, the $250 statutory. Now, with the red light cameras, there are pretty significant administrative fees attached to the red light penalty. Are those administrative fees attached to this fine as well?
That's I don't know if you have specific comments on the administrative fees. Yeah, right. Dave is saying that we'll have to review that with the administration. But yeah, that's right. The public service safety fee, the administrative fee, right? Those are add-on fees that are above and beyond the $250. I believe the authority to assess those fees are within TIPFA's discretion, but again, it's something that we'll have to discuss internally about whether or not we will be imposing those fees. And that is something that ATS would not share in the contingency portion of. So they're only going to get 33.5% of the fine and penalty, the $250 fee.
Plus a $6 fee if it's
Plus
done.
the $6 if it's an e-payment.
So I just, you know, I mean, look, I'm completely on board with this. You know, I commend everybody who's been involved with getting this in front of us. But it just seems to me, I mean, I think those administrative fees are over $100, right?
Yeah, what are they? What? $45.55.
So $100. So
$100.
So you're looking at $356. I mean, that's a lot of, and again, you know, nothing is more important than the safety of our children, believe me, and we have to do this. But $356, you know, if there was any way to make this 250 plus 6 and exempt from those administrative fees, or some nominal administrative fee or something, but it just seems to me to be a little bit high, $356 for, you know, for any fine, really, any traffic fine. So, all right. Like I said, thank you. I'd like to see those changes made, but you know, I appreciate you coming before us, and I do support this initiative. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, I appreciate the fact that you're going to do a county-wide, I guess, public awareness. But perhaps maybe, because I think that with only 22 school districts that said yes, maybe a lot of the public are not aware of the fact that this is coming, and maybe more of the residents would be on board of the, you know, from when you think about maybe over 30 of the school districts that have not responded or maybe are not inclined to be part of this. But maybe we can do earlier, maybe sooner, you know, very soon, maybe do a mailer, countywide mailing to let people know about this proposal, you know, that we would like to put these arms, these cameras on the arms, what the benefits are, you know, so that maybe it could generate enough public support so that the residents will let their school boards and their school districts know that, you know what, I really think, I mean, it may also have some negative, but I think overall, you know, even for me, talking, I mean, people who are against cameras, they hate the red light cameras, they hate the speeding cameras, but every single person I spoke to when I talk about school bus cameras, they are all support. I have yet to meet somebody, I don't want to jinx this, that they all believe that, you know, that's something that is, you know, common sense, you know, that if you're going to, you know, because you should be stopping. So I think that maybe if you can try to generate something so that maybe the residents are aware, and maybe we can get them on board so that they know that this is coming, and that maybe if their school district is reluctant, maybe they would then let their school board know that, you know what, we really would like you to support this. You know, I do have a remote question, and then I will go to Legislative Bino. All right, I'm sorry. But the village judges handle their own tickets, okay? Is this something, these tickets, are they going to go through the villages, or is it just going to go strictly through TPVA? And who gets, will it always be the county get the 66.5%?
Yeah, the county is, it's the county is entitled to the 66.5%.
Okay.
I think the state law had allocated 10% of the revenue for local towns and villages to the extent that the county didn't have a countywide TIPFA, but since we do, the county would be entitled to the entire.
So it won't be, so like in some instances where, like, say, the city of Long Beach has their own traffic, they have their own court, but these school bus camera violations will always go through the county TIPFA, correct? I don't know if I'm saying that right or not.
Dave Rich, again, from Traffic
Yes.
and Parking. In the state law as well as the local law, there is an exception to the two cities, which is Long Beach and Glen Cove. We have not reached out to them yet, but basically they have the ability to operate the program themselves, or if maybe there might be some opportunity where they could kind of opt in with our program, and then they would receive some type of benefit. For right now, though, there is a carve-out in the legislation that kind of excludes them under the TIPFA jurisdiction.
So, but because the school district technically is in both the town of Hempstead, and there are some grammar schools, elementary schools in the city of Long Beach. So what, it would then depend upon where the infraction occurred. So once you go, like the geo fence, if you cross over Maple, you're now in the city limits. So that there's a possibility that the city would then take over that program, those tickets?
In general, we'll review and we'll have some better answers for the next meeting, but in general, I believe it's where the school district operates within its own confines within the city itself, the city limits. That's where they can operate their own program, but
See,
they
our
would be
school-
excluded from our program.
Right, our school district doesn't.
Right.
You know, the administration, the middle school, some elementary, high school, we're all in the town of Hempstead, and then you have some schools that are in the city of Long Beach proper, so, yeah. I know it says Long Beach, so it can confuse people.
Right,
Yeah.
we could review that for the next meeting.
Yeah, you'll
some
have
better
to, I guess,
information.
go through a lot of all these different issues, because there's like all these different things that are going to crop up, so, but thank you. Legislator Bino, and then I don't.
Thank you. So I want to go on record to say that in the spirit of the way the law was written and introduced by Legislator Drucker and myself was to act as a deterrent, no doubt. We don't want people running this stop arm, right? We want to protect the kids. But I do have a concern about these fees that could be, these administrative fees being added on. I think the fine is hefty as is, and adding those fees on to me would be maybe an overreach. So not something that I would be very excited about supporting. I don't think I could support that at all, to be honest with you. So that being said, I want to go back to the geofencing and the option of, and I get what Legislator Ford has stated about turning off a camera and turning on a camera and the like, and I know that can be a challenge. But I wanted to talk about the idea of, I wanted to ask some questions about the idea of allowing for it to stay on and then just issuing warnings in areas where, you know, the district wasn't, you know, a part of the program. And so I wanted to ask, you know, who would be responsible? I understand this is a two-part review. Is that correct? That the vendor is reviewing the film, and then TIPFA, Dave Rich's crew, would have to review it a second time to issue a ticket. But if we're only, then the suggestion was to issue warnings in areas that weren't covered, would that still be a two-part review? And if so, I suspect that would be an unfunded mandate, correct?
Correct. To answer your question, in that we've had some preliminary discussions with the vendor about, you know, if a bus operates in multiple districts, and along the lines of what Legislator Ferretti was asking, if we could do multiple warning periods, there may be some technological limitations where they can't have a camera turned on and say, okay, this is the start date for, say, Island Trees, and then all of a sudden a different district, say Levittown, opts in 60 days later. Currently, they feel that they may not be able to issue the warning period for the second district if it opts in at a later time. We are working with the vendor. We've asked for an IT change. That goes along the same lines as issuing a warning period for events that are captured outside of a district that has opted in. So if a district has motorists that, a district that has not opted in has motorists that are a valid violation, at this time we don't think we'd be able to issue a warning because the technology's not there, but it's something we could ask the vendor to see if we could do that. And as you stated, it would be unfunded.
Yeah, and we don't have any figures as to, I think you said something about 10,000 issues in Suffolk. Is that correct?
Basically, in the news, the press release a couple of weeks ago from Suffolk County said they issued 10,000 warnings in a 60-day period.
Wow. That's crazy. So I know we don't have any, well, I shouldn't say I know. Do we have any data?
There was some preliminary data. I don't have the information on me right now, but there were 2 districts. I think that there were 2 test programs done in Nassau County. I could have that information available once I review it, but I know there were a couple of test cases, so to speak, 2 different districts.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think East Meadow might have been one of those districts. Okay, if you could get us that information, I think that would be helpful.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
When the county used to do Operation Stop, they used to get anywhere between 30 or 50 infractions just in a couple of hour period. So this was something that, why we always pushed for it. And I thank both Legislator Bino and Drucker for also, pushing for this. And, I also had sent letters to the administration advocating for these cameras, as well as, representing the members of my caucus as well, that this is an issue that I think is near and dear to all of us, and I look forward to the support of all the legislators in regard to passing this legislation when it goes before the full ledge. So, and I thank you very much for all the hard work that you've done in bringing this forward and bringing this to us. And now, Legislator Rhodes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I certainly share in those thanks as well. Quick question, and I may have missed this in the beginning of the presentation. Do we have an anticipated start date? I know at this point you have word out to the individual districts to see if they would participate in the program, and I believe you said you had responses from 22 out of 56 that indicated positive?
That 22 number comes from a survey that we sent out in January of 2020,
Okay.
where we only had 25 respond to the survey. So I think that we have more interest than just 22.
Is the expectation that this would be implemented in time for the start of the next school year in September?
That's our goal, is for this fall to
Okay.
begin implementation.
Okay. And the ambiguity with respect to the fees is because of the authorizing legislation, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that's something that we as a legislature probably would have to visit to offer you direction.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Can we see, before you do the county-wide campaign, would you be able to send us over basically what you're going to be sending out to the residents in regard to any district-wide notifications?
Absolutely.
Before it goes out? Yeah, because we'd
Yes.
like to take a look at it, to see it. I'm just going to ask Legislator Millet or Muscarella, are there any questions or comments from either one of you?
I'm good, thank you.
Yeah, I am too. People have asked the questions I had.
I think that's it. Thank you very much, and we look forward to hearing from you during the full ledge. And I'm sure that in the meantime, if there, as always, things may pop into our mind that we may have, and we'll probably reach out to you just in case in the meantime.
And if you think it would be beneficial, we could ask the vendor perhaps to attend the next meeting if you think, because I know you have some technical questions and that might be helpful. I don't know.
Thank you very much. I think that is a good idea,
Yeah,
because
we'll
you know
reach
what,
out to
there's
the
just some
vendor.
things that we have, and
Yeah, I feel bad because some of these technical issues we're not as familiar with, but the vendor might be able to answer and clarify some of these.
And thank you very much for clarifying when that questionnaire went out, because that was like a lifetime ago. Was there even a 2020 January? I can't remember. But, it may be now that we may see, and then maybe now that Suffolk County has implemented their plan, maybe the school districts will have a better understanding. So maybe we may find that, God willing, that come September, we'll have 100% participation. So a lot of, we wouldn't have to worry about the 60-day or 30-day timeframe, yeah.
Katie Horst from the administration, and I promise you that if we do not have 100%, you will be hearing from us asking for your help to get the school districts on board, because that is the goal, is to have all the school districts, all the buses covered for the next school year.
I'm with you on that one. Thank you very much, all right? Let's say to Freddie. Sorry, I didn't see you there.
That's okay. I just wanted to clear up, because I know I asked a question, and I think maybe legislator Bino asked a similar question, and I think we got two different answers. So, and I agree, hopefully all the school districts are on board in September, and this is a non-issue. But in the event that there are some school districts that are not on board, and there is a rolling participation, rolling opt-ins to this, so as of now, we do not believe that the grace period could be extended to those school districts that opt in at a later date. Is that accurate?
I want to say basically it's something that we're going to work with the vendor doing. At the initial kickoff, we may not be able to offer it like within the first few months. We may try to do an initial kickoff where we get as many districts as possible, so that way they all start at the same date. But for the ones that may roll in, need a little different time, the vendor may be able to answer this question better when they appear. But as I understand it, there's a technological issue where if it's the same bus, if a bus has its own, they have their own buses, and they're not contracting out where it's shared, they should be able to have a separate warning period. But in the event where buses are shared among districts, there will be a conflict where we may not be able to offer warning periods for the second district that opts in later at a later time.
Okay. All right. I mean, I see that as a potential problem, but I guess it is what it is. If there's no, yeah, Mr. Gregg, where were you going to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to say that I think it's limited in the circumstances where you have a bus company that serves multiple school districts. I think that's where what Dave is alluding to with the vendor, where they may have some technical limitations with respect to that issue. I think it's a fairly limited situation, but it is something we'll have to.
Yeah, no, but it's a potential for issues, because I know, for example, the Levittown School District has a massive bus fleet, and they lease them out to different school districts. So, I mean, if they were to opt in, Levittown, right, then what would happen to all the other school districts that they lease the buses out to? Would their people get tickets if those school districts don't opt in? How will they be able to differentiate?
Right.
To answer your question, the districts that did not opt in would not receive violations. Basically, in general, the camera is going to run all the time, and it's dependent against what Allison said, which is the geofencing. If the stop is within that district, it'll be issued. But if it stops at a location outside that geofencing, a violation will be ignored and nothing will be issued.
Understood. So if that's the case, if they're able to identify what district the violation is in, then they should be able to extend the grace period to anybody who gets a violation for those districts that opt in at a later date. That's the disconnect I'm not understanding. If they can identify it, then why can't a grace period be extended if that district opts in?
We had that same exact discussion with the vendor, and that's why they're saying right now there's a technology constraint. But they are aware of it, and it's on their radar that it's something that we want addressed immediately.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
With the school district, with school districts that lease the buses, that they have contracts with another bus company, is it both the school district and the bus company that must agree to this, or is it just the school district that leases the buses?
In that circumstance, we would ask that the bus company and the school district to sign off on the participation agreement.
Oh, okay. All right. And then
because they have certain obligations. The bus company would have certain obligations. The school district, and when I say obligations, I mean access to the buses, training the bus drivers,
right.
Things of that sort.
So that you need to tie in with everything. Okay. Right. And then, so then if you're in Hicksville and you opt in, and your teams are going to Levittown, which didn't opt in, so if the school bus stops, they'll let the team out and the cars pass it, those cars will not get a ticket because a violation because Levittown did not opt in to the program, correct?
Right. That would be the idea, right?
Okay, but you know what? Maybe we could urge our school districts to all get on board right away, because when you have that 30 or 60 day, and you just want to make sure that everybody's like we're all in unison here. Because
I hope the 22 school districts that responded, I hope that's not representative of the school districts that will ultimately opt in. I don't think it is. And I think maybe
We spoke with Suffolk on Friday, and they had a very good participation rate. And the day they implemented, they had one school district not on board, and that school district very quickly called and said, "We're so sorry, we'd like to participate."
Yeah.
So I think once you get a few on, they're all going to start to roll in.
Okay, in these, so regardless of where the bus is, the arm goes out, you'll get a violation, you pass it, correct? Whether it's a side street, boulevard or whatever, right? Yes. Okay. Well, I like it. All right, but thank you very much. Anyone else? Thank you very much, all right? We'll be in touch, and it would be nice to bring in the company, okay? All right, any public comment? No. Okay, I guess not. Okay, all those in favor of passing this item, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the item passes unanimously. There's no other business before this committee. May I have a motion to adjourn? Moved by Legislator Ferretti, second by Legislator Rhodes. All those in favor? We're adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone. Planning is next. At this time, I'd like to call the Planning, Development, and Environment Committee to order, and I will ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam. Planning Development and the Environment Committee roll call. Legislator Carrier Solage.
Here.
Legislator Sela Bino. Ranking Member Arnold Drucker. Legislator Denise Ford. Legislator Stephen Rhodes. Vice Chairman Thomas McKevitt. Chairwoman Laura Schaefer. We have a quorum, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, so there's one item on the agenda today. It's clerk item number 148-21. This item is an ordinance making certain determinations pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act and authorizing the county executive of the County of Nassau to accept on behalf of the County of Nassau an offer of purchase from Inwood 175 LLC of certain premises located in the town of Hempstead, County of Nassau, State of New York. Said property known as Section 40, Block 1, Lots 5, 55, 56, 57, 59, 117, 2579, and 2585 on the land and tax map of the County of Nassau, and authorizing the county executive to execute a contract of sale, deed, and all pertinent documents in connection therewith to consummate the sale. May I have a motion? So moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator Ford. Okay, this item is before us. Mr. Walsh.
Good afternoon, legislators. Kevin Walsh from the Office of Real Estate Services. This is a property, a Superfund site many of you are probably aware of. It's been before this body before. It's an approximately 3.6 acre parcel of vacant property now located on Roger Avenue in Inwood. The county demolished the building, which was in severe disrepair in 2018. It's the former site of a Rockaway Metals product company and was used as a waste material drum and tank storage facility is, as I mentioned, a classification 2 New York State Superfund site. The county acquired this deed in 1994 for non-payment of taxes. We had a contract on this for many years. A company was trying to get through the DEC into a cleanup program to remediate, and it did not go through. And in late 2017, we issued a new RFP, and a committee selected, and we're recommending today, the developer AJM Development will be purchasing the price for $3.7 million. The contract has a condition of acceptance of a work plan by DEC. The developer has completed, or mostly completed, due diligence, has done soil testing, worked with DEC, has been accepted into the Brownfields Cleanup Program, and we're happy to say, actually, the work plan has recently been approved verbally and now is subject to a 45-day public comment period, which we are in the midst of. At the conclusion of that, we hope we will be closing fairly soon. I actually have with me today counsel from the county attorney's office who's worked on the contract, and the developer also is here today. If there's any specific questions, especially about the contamination and how the contamination will be remediated. So I open it up to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. I have one question. When there's, when like in this situation, the vendor's in a brownfield cleanup agreement, he's going to expend, I thought I saw it from the backup, about $6.5 million for the cleanup?
Actually, the cleanup is projected to be, I think he's expended close to between $4,000 and $5,000 already. The additional cleanup will be approximately, I believe it is $2 million, total $453,000, but that does not include the ongoing maintenance. And again, I'm certainly not an expert in the environmental field of remediation, but I know what's involved here is likely is going to be soil removal, backfill, groundwater monitoring that's going to be ongoing. So this will be a property with DEC that for many, many years there will be still testing to make sure it's safe, because as a classification 2 at DEC, this property is determined to be a threat to public health and public safety. And, again, not due to anything from the county, but it's very close to the waterway. I've been to the property many times. You are literally looking at Jamaica Bay across the street and the far southwest corner of Nassau County.
Okay. When you're in a program like this, is there any money that's reimbursable?
They may be brownfields tax credits available. They could speak better to that than I would. But like I said, this property also, keep in mind, has been off the tax rolls now for many years. And upon closing, the most important thing is it'll be back on the tax rolls and hopefully creating jobs. There'll be a facility built. I think the plan is to build a warehouse logistics kind of facility. It's the location is in the proximity of JFK Airport, and I think the zoning is industrial. So, but whatever happens in that regard will also obviously require approvals of the town of Hempstead.
Okay, thank you. And I thought when I looked at the calculations of what the most recent appraisal was and what will be expended, it ended up being more than what the most recent appraisal was, including the cleanup fees.
I will tell you, when we started this process of the RFP, and just so you know, we had several proposals on this, and this was significantly the highest price proposal. But actually, we've had recent appraisals in the range of 5.6, 6.2 to as much as 7. But you're correct. I mean, this is a property where somebody's taking on a significant expense of cost to remediate this, and it's far enough along that a plan is about to be approved where real remediation will occur, whereas years ago we did a contract, process hadn't even started and went close to a decade, and at that point the purchaser basically walked away after investing $500,000. They were going to pay, I think, 3.9 roughly at that time, and walked away from the transaction.
Okay. And I know you said you may not have the answers to these questions, but do you happen to know how many years into the future they have to continue maintaining the remediation or whatever measures they take to clean it up?
I believe it's as long as there's, positive tests. I know at least 5 years, I believe, for soil. The groundwater, I believe, can go on in perpetuity if it's necessary. That's my understanding.
Okay. questions I have. Anyone else have any questions? Legislator Drucker?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Kevin, nice to see you.
Good to see you, Legislator Drucker.
So you haven't, this transaction hasn't closed yet, correct?
Correct.
So, but the buyer has already expended almost $500,000.
Correct.
So they must be very confident that they're going to be able to close on this.
Yes, I would say that, this particular developer has significant experience working with these types of properties, remediation of these types of properties, and tax lien distressed properties in the county. Another good example is the Jackson Steel, which is local here, right, in Mineola. Other sites in the county and in the city, they've really assembled a team of, an environmental consultant who has a lot of experience with cleanup programs, and a firm in the city that also, is engaged in this, and, is committed to bringing this to fruition.
So once we approve of this, the closing should be scheduled forthwith, correct?
I believe it is. Originally we thought sometimes it could take a long time to get final approvals from some, you're dealing with multiple state agencies, the State Department of Health and DEC, but to our happiness, the DEC acted relatively quickly, even, considering, the circumstances of the pandemic in the last year. And like I said, they've given an approval that is now in a public comment period. The members of the public and the community can make comments about the proposed plan, which is all open to the public. And the parties both are aligned to, I'm hoping we're going to close this as soon as we have approvals by the summer, or early midsummer, I hope.
So their remedial action work plan was approved by DEC. Did they have to present like multiple plans until it was finally approved, or they were pretty good at it and got approval fairly quickly?
I think it was back and forth. I could ask the developer to provide more information. I believe he sent a summary to be distributed to the legislature of some of the cleanup plans. I think there was actually steps. The first step was called a remedial investigation work plan, where based on testing back and forth with DEC, they determine what's known by that, and then how will it be addressed, I guess, is the action work plan. So that action work plan, which is really the last big step towards a remediation, like I said, after being accepted in the cleanup program, has been approved.
No, it's certainly commendable, because we're dealing with a site, a Superfund site in my district, and it's taken DEC a couple of years to go through this process, and the developer finally just got some approval on it now. So I know it's a long, drawn-out process, but I guess it's encouraging that this particular developer got the approval and are prepared to go forward on this and clean up this site. So.
And in 2.5 years, and as I mentioned, the prior company, I think well-intentioned, tried to make the same thing happen, maybe without the same level of background working with DEC. And after many years, was hoping I would give them the property because they thought they'd spend so much money and try to make it happen. It's tough to work sometimes these programs, through the various approvals.
Thank you for your presentation, Kevin.
Thank you.
Any other Legislator Rhodes?
Just so I'm correct in my understanding as well, with respect to the appraisals make the assumption that there are no subsurface contaminants, correct?
That's correct. The appraisals are just looking at really the real estate comparables and the sales in the area. They make no representations as to the environmental conditions of the property.
So the appraisals, really, the appraisal price is artificially high in that it doesn't take into account the fact that there may be conditions that have to be remediated at substantial expense.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
So in this particular instance, we get a property back on the tax roll. Somebody else is footing the bill for making the property safe so that the county doesn't have to spend the money to actually do that, because if we ever wanted to use the property for something, we would have to spend the money to remediate, correct?
That's correct.
And we're making $3.7 million on the deal?
3.7, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from any of the legislators? Okay. Is there any public comment on this issue? Okay. All those in favor of passing this item, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the item passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Walsh.
you.
Okay. There's no other business before this committee, so can I have a motion to adjourn? So moved by Legislator Ford, seconded by Legislator Rhodes. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the committee is now adjourned. Public Works is next.
I will give the members of the Public Works Committee a few minutes to get to the chamber or to get online. It's difficult for me to know if anyone is here, so I will I'll call the meeting and I will call the roll and we'll see if anybody is with us. I am here, Vice Chairman C. William Gaylord III.
Present.
Member Laura Schaefer.
Here.
James Kennedy.
Here.
Ranking Member Sheila Bino.
Here.
Arnold Drucker. Member Carrier Solage.
Here.
Great. Not only do we have a quorum, but everyone is here.
At least that.
There is one item on the agenda today and two items on committee addendums. The first item is clerk item number 156 of 21, the resolution authorizing the County of Nassau to participate in a transportation project providing for Cutter Mill Road / Fayetteville Avenue Bridge over the Long Island Railroad rehabilitation, PIN 0761.19, BIN 3364560, and authorizing the county executive of the County of Nassau to execute the agreement on behalf of the county with the New York State Department of Transportation for the advancement of said aid for transportation projects in Nassau County, New York. I have a motion, please, by Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Legislator Drucker. The item is now before us. We have someone here from the administration.
Yes, we do. Ken Arnold, Public Works. As you stated,
Hi,
Legislator.
Commissioner.
Item 156 is a New York State master agreement to reimburse the county 80% for the associated project, the Cutter Mill Road Bridge in Great Neck Plaza. The total project cost is $4 million, of which $3.2 will be reimbursed.
Thank you. We have any debate or discussion from the members? And any public comment? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes unanimously. We do have two agenda items. May I have a motion, please, by Legislator Kennedy to suspend the rules, and seconded by Legislator Solage. All those in favor of suspending the rules, please say aye. I didn't hear anything. Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. The first item on the addendum is clerk item number 161 of 21, which is a resolution authorizing the county executive of the County of Nassau to execute on behalf of the County of Nassau an agreement with the Long Island Railroad in relation to the design, construction, installation, and maintenance of additional grade crossing protection devices at the Atlantic Avenue Railroad crossing in the hamlet of Oceanside. Motion, please, by Legislator Bino, seconded by Laura Schaefer. The item is now before us. We have someone from the administration.
Ken Arnold, Public Works.
I'm sorry, Arnold. Ken, I keep asking. I see no one at the podium because we don't see the podium from remotely. So could you tell us briefly about this item?
Yes, legislator. So this is an MOU between the county and the Long Island Railroad associated with improvements for the Long Island Railroad grade crossing on Atlantic Avenue for the Long Beach branch. The railroad has a federal grant to address safety issues. This project is no cost to the county.
Thank you. Do we know exactly what they're proposing to do?
Preemption. So they're going to coordinate signals with the dropping of the arms. So it'll be a preemption to make it operate more effectively and safely for the railroad.
Thank you. Any questions from the legislators? Any public comment? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes unanimously. The next item is on the second addendum. It is clerk item 174 of 21. It's an ordinance to amend the ordinance number 105 of 1985 as amended by ordinances 154 of 1989, 103 of 2000, and 203 of 2001 with regard to maintenance and guarantees associated with road openings in Nassau County. A motion, please, by Legislator Gaylor, seconded by Legislator Drucker. That item is before us. Do we have anyone from the administration, or this comes from the majority?
This is a majority item.
It's from the majority. Do we have anyone that has a question for this item? Do we have any public comment? Hearing none. All those in favor of moving this item, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? This item carries unanimously. There's no other business before this committee. A motion to adjourn by Legislator Bino, seconded by Legislator Gaylor. All those in favor of adjourning, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? We are now adjourned. Next up, I'm not sure of. Health is up next.
Health and Social Service Committee is next.
Call the Health and Social Services Committee to order and ask the clerk to please take the roll.
Thank you, Madam. Health and Social Service Committee roll call. Legislator Joshua Lafazan.
Here.
Legislator Arnold Drucker. Ranking Member Delia DeRiggi Whitten. Legislator C. William Gaylor III. We'll come back to that. Legislator Laura Schaefer.
Here.
Vice Chairman James Kennedy.
Here.
Thank you. Legislator C. William Gaylor III, are you present?
I am present. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Chairwoman Rosemary Walker.
Here.
We have a quorum, ma'am.
Thank you so much. There are 3 items on the agenda today. I'll call the first clerk item, which is 151-21, which is a local law to amend Article 10 of Nassau County Administrative Code to require written notification to towns, villages, cities, and school districts of agreements proposed to be entered into by Nassau County for the operation of a multi-unit shelters to be located within such jurisdictions. May I have a motion, please, by Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Legislator Drucker. Okay, this item is a local law that would require the Department of Social Services to at least 10 days prior into entering into a contract or agreement for shelter facilities in Nassau County to provide written notice to the legislator representing the district, as well as the town, village, city, and school district where the proposed shelter will be located. This item comes in response to an action taken by the Department of Social Services to enter into a contract for the operation of a multi-unit homeless shelter located in a converted hotel located in Jericho. No legislator was notified of this action. I learned of it at a press conference. That's when we all learned of it. Nor were Jericho residents or other elected officials representing the area. As such, there was a great number of questions raised by the community and elected officials that would have been addressed before the administration signed any agreement. Any legislators have any comments? Or Legislator Drucker?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I appreciate it. As you aptly noted, this bill was generated from the outcry that was necessitated by the unfortunate situation in Jericho, in which this development of this refurbished hotel was being planned and contemplated without letting any of the elected officials know. Like yourself, I found out through a phone call from somebody on the school district the community found out from a school board meeting. So I support this bill in the respect that transparency is of utmost concern when it comes to this body being informed and being able to consult and confer and advise our constituents on what's happening in their communities. So in that respect, I do support the bill. However, you know, I feel that the bill, though, is incomplete. It needs further context, and I have filed an amendment today with the clerk to deal with that, because although, again, as I said, transparency is important, and we need to always ensure that that takes place, but we cannot lose sight of the county's paramount obligation to provide assistance to those people who are lacking in basic human sustenance, food and shelter. And, you know, my amendment is attempting to, and by the way, my amendment is co-sponsored by Legislator Millet. I filed this amendment to codify in the clearest way possible, you know, our shared sense of morality and decency and legality by reminding our residents of our responsibility to provide for our most vulnerable population and not use this enhanced notice provision to distort or exploit it for underlying feelings of NIMBYism, or worse, giving passive support for racial or class bias, prejudice, and discrimination, because we don't want this bill, this law, to be used as an opportunity to garner opposition to something as noble as providing shelter to people who are homeless or people who are victims of domestic violence and the like kind. And, you know, this pandemic has wreaked havoc on the lives of millions of people. And, you know, the federal moratorium that's in place against evictions is going to run out perhaps right now as of in August. And then we're going to be faced with an explosive amount of homeless people. So we need to make sure that we adhere to our obligation as a county, as a government, to support and help those people in need. And I always maintain my support for a belief that good government is always measured by how good it supports and provides for its most vulnerable population. To those people less fortunate, most disadvantageous, those are the people that we measure our government and how good we're doing. And I don't want to lose sight of that. So my amendment is designed to codify that obligation that the county always has. We must always keep that in mind We want notice, we want transparency, but we can't use it to support lip service to supporting and providing homelessness by saying, oh, we love that idea, but just not in my backyard. You know, shelters that provide this wonderful service to those in need should be designed to be placed where it's appropriate and where it's safe and secure, not designed to just go in certain neighborhoods. That's horrible, and we must prevent that from taking place. So, again, I urge the entire legislature and the majority to support my amendment to this bill, because I think it's a good bill, but it needs amplification, it needs context, and it needs to remind everyone what our fundamental obligation as a county government is. So, thank you very much, County Chairwoman.
Thank you, Legislator Drucker. I have to say that, I mean, I think what's in front of us is very important. I'm glad that you feel that you should report, that you would definitely, support this. But I also feel that the item before us sets notification requirements before the county, agrees to contracts for multi-unit shelters in Nassau County with the goal of enhancing transparency by providing notices to legislators and other municipal representatives. Nassau County is already required to comply with applicable federal and state confidentiality requirements, and it does not require the identification of domestic violence victims, nor could it. It will not identify any individual inhabitant. When it comes to making decisions, the Department of Social Services is already obligated to follow every law and every rule. The issue with the proposal in Jericho is that the department did not notify municipal representatives of its actions, and as such, residents with questions never had an opportunity to have their questions addressed. Now the county is being sued by the town of Oyster Bay for its failure to abide by existing zoning and safety requirements. Those issues could have been dealt with proactively and were not. This law forces transparency into the department's action, and in doing so ensures that residents are fully aware of the actions that are proposed in their community. Just personally, I think the whole plan that was before us for that shelter, I think in the future would be very good. I think it offered many things to our homeless families that aren't in other places, but unfortunately, because it wasn't vetted beforehand at all, no one had notification, and I could see how certainly, and I'm sure there are some people who are opposed to it, is because they don't want it in their backyard. But I also think that, it wasn't gone through the proper channels. We sat here at a hearing and were told by counsel for DSS that if the gentleman had been with the commissioner, he would have told her not to even let the school district know. And I questioned him at that time. We are in the throes of COVID. Every parent in every one of our schools had a sign, would your child be coming to school? Would the baby in a hybrid program if it was offered, or would they be totally remote? Were they taking a bus if they were eligible for a bus, or would they not be taking that bus? All that was done months before school started. And here could be a district that was suddenly faced with having students in school that they didn't even know were coming. I just think if anyone had known beforehand, and you work out your problems. When we have permits that come before us, we discuss them, we see what problems are have, go back, make this work and make it work in the community so everybody's on the same page. So I just feel that we have all those in place, and so I'm going to ask, did we have a second on your possibility of amendment? Did we need that?
I'm sorry?
Okay. I don't know.
It's an amendment to the item.
Okay, well, so did he put forth that amendment? Okay. So the amendment actually isn't before us. So all those in favor of the item?
Just one
Okay,
more
wait,
thing, Madam
okay.
Chairwoman, if I just wanted to say one thing. You know, the amendment that I'm offering that has been filed, you know, it also, one of the mandates in it is that although, again, as I said, transparency and notice is important, but it prohibits any county office or agency from declining to enter into a homeless shelter contract based on any perceived hostility or animus towards homeless status of proposed residents. So I think that's important because the Jericho situation was entirely different. Again, I'd like to think that, you know, the objection was based on the process of notice, but I have to tell you, I have opinions that it was based more on the NIMBYism aspect of it than anything else. So, again, I'm hoping that with the context that my amendment provides, it will ensure that these decisions are made at the county level in a full, transparent, open, and honest way.
I guess it's my interpretation that is all already required by the Department of Social Services. I don't know if anyone else has any comments on that.
Do it now?
Legislator Schaefer.
Yeah, I just
Yeah.
agree. I think that, you know, you can't base contracts on people, you know, there being some people that are not in favor of it. I mean, it's supposed to be a transparent process, and if the process is transparent, I believe you will work through whatever issues some people may have, and some people will not have any issues all the time as well, so that's all.
Madam Chairwoman, I would like to make a motion at this point in time to amend the item in the form of a substitution to conform the item to the amendment that has been filed.
Okay,
I'll
do we-
second that.
Okay, we have a second on that motion. All in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Nay.
Nay.
Okay, so the amendment does not go forward, Legislator Drucker. On the item, all in favor of the item signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? And the item passes unanimously. Okay, there are two additional items. Item 152-21 is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the Department of Human Services. May I have a motion, please? By Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Legislator Dirigi Whitten. And
Good afternoon, Brian Hall from Human Services. This is some extra stimulus money that we're getting in from New York State Office of the Aging. It's from 2/20 to 9/30/22 that we can spend the money, and it's for COVID-19 related items. It's mostly for the help out with the meal situation, with the home delivered meals and the new drive-through programs and grab and grow, and it's 100% from New York State.
could I ask you, now we received money in the first go-round
Yep.
to go to this program too. How did we utilize that?
Well, we're in the process of utilizing it now because we have until, I think it's either the end of September or in December to spend that first batch of money. We started out by having some intense cleanings in all the centers before they opened due to the COVID. We're also experiencing, we're short on money. Well, not short on money, but the Meals on Wheels has grown so big that, we're using some of this money to take care of the Meals on Wheels. And then anything that some of these agencies might need, for instance, because there's so much Meals on Wheels being delivered, they might need a new refrigerated van or whatever it is. So we're right now starting to use it, and we just want to make sure we got the proper okays from the state that they're going to allow us to use it for the items that we requested.
When you said you use it for tent cleanings, and, I thought the purpose of that money was to provide meals and help those, I mean, we have many seniors who were shut in. Seniors couldn't go to senior centers because they
Right.
weren't open, whatever. I mean, did we provide them with meals? I
Oh,
mean, did
yes,
we use
yes,
that?
we did. Yes, we did. We took care of everybody on it. And I'm only bringing up the cleanings because they're slowly opening up the senior centers again now. So we wanted to make sure they were ready for when the seniors return.
And how did we notify seniors to be able to know that there was, food availabilities to them?
Well, there's always, we have case managers in several contracts that go out, and they monitor the situation, and they review who would qualify for the Meals on Wheels, let's say, as part of their review. And at this point now, the numbers have tripled because they're not going to the centers. So these same people are getting home-delivered meals now. So this extra money that's been coming in is to help us, get them through this without having a waiting list and without having to turn anybody down.
So during the height of COVID, if we had homebound seniors who couldn't get out to the stores or
Right.
they were, I mean, was there any way to, I mean, only from lists you have, that's the only way you reached out to all of those seniors?
Well,
and they
no,
were-
I'm sure they reached out other ways, through advertising or through, maybe church bulletins and all about what was going on. But they have a pretty good list, and, it was a waiting list that we started with on the Meals on Wheels. Now we've gotten rid of the waiting list. Anybody who's applied for Meals on Wheels is basically getting it at this point now.
And do we know how much money we used from the first amount? You said we're using some of that now, like,
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like we went through such a horrible, horrible time. We have many, many, many seniors that were shut in, that were frightened, that felt alone, that they were, and
Right, but you have to...
I know many that didn't even know about any kind of program.
Right. But what happened was, from when this started, when they told us we were getting the money, and when we finally got the money, it was like late last year when they finally started deciding what we can and can't do with the funds. They basically gave us carte blanche, what we wanted to use it as long as it was for the COVID-19, and the majority of it is going to the Meals on Wheels being delivered. At this point now, we got about $3.5 million the first time around, and now we've got this $500,000, and there's even talk of another one coming. So we're working closely with the state because as time goes on, the state is kind of changing, what's good and what's not good anymore on spending it. So we're being very careful what we do, so we'll get reimbursed for it.
Okay. Any other legislators have any comments or questions? Does he want to ask? Okay. Legislator DeRidge Whitten.
Thank you. Do you have any idea when the centers will be able to cook food again? Because right now they can't, correct?
This is all within the last month or so that they started opening again.
Right.
Right now, I believe they're doing a box lunch
Right.
or a grab and go, and there's staple meals that they give, like a week's worth or so to them and all. I don't think they're cooking yet on the thing. They can't. I mean, and it's...
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Do you have any idea when they're going to be able to cook a hot meal again, or?
No, I could find out for you.
Yeah, because I've been asked a few times. All right, thank you.
They're taking baby steps at this point to get everything going, so...
But what Legislator Walker said is true. I mean, so many of these seniors, that's their only meal, per day, and, it's
That's
been-
why they're kind of trying to push the openings more, so, seniors at least will be able to go and get out of the house and go and do that. But, in the meanwhile, they're doing a lot of these Zoom call-ins, and they're checking on the people.
Yeah, I do think, too, it's so important. Obviously, feeding them is very, very important. But for many of them, they've been shut in and so alone for so long, and, you know, that's difficult for everybody, but, you know, for our seniors, it takes a toll on them, you know, emotionally, mentally, physically, to be isolated for so long, that it'll be wonderful when
hopefully
we
we're
can get
turning
them back
that around.
and, you know, being more involved. Any other Legislator Schaefer?
I just had a couple of quick questions. You said you were waiting for, I guess, the okay from the state earlier. When did you get that? I apologize if I didn't hear it.
When did I what?
Get the okay from the state. You said you were waiting for that because rules were changing and how you can spend
we get the okay
it.
from the state on the amount of money it is and what we can do with it and what we can use it for.
Okay.
But we still sent in a wish list, so to speak, to make sure that everything on there is good. It's kind of a give and take back and forth because the state is trying to figure out whether or not all these items qualify or not, and we don't want to, you know, use the money for something that's not going to qualify. So we're right now in the process of using up that original money with basically extra contracts, giving the agencies more money to do, you know, the work with the seniors at this point. So.
Okay. And how much was that previous amount that you just referred to?
I think it's about $3.5 million.
$3.5 million. Okay. And this funding was given to be utilized between like December of 2020 through September of 2022. Is that right?
Yeah, that's it's good because it's over. It's not, you know.
Okay. And so you haven't. You said you started with some of the meal programs with the Grab and Go.
Yeah.
When did you start that, or start using some of the money for that?
Well, they were using that. Some of the centers were doing that already. They were having that, and we had enough money because in the beginning we were okay because the money that would have gone to congregate meals spent, they just used that money instead for Meals on Wheels because there was nobody coming to the center. But of course, we started running out of money towards the end of last year without having it. And we've so far put through a number of amendments for extra money to take care of the extra Meals on Wheels we didn't have.
Okay. Okay. Do you have any sense of how many people have participated in the program so far, like for this year?
I'd have to get back to you on that. That's a program end of it. I'm not really sure. I just know that that's the topic of conversation almost every day when I walk into work about making sure they are, you know, there's enough meals out there for everybody, and you know.
Okay. Do you feel that you have been able to provide enough meals, or
I personally think the way I've been in the department for 25 years, and I personally think they're handling it well, and I think we have enough money, and it looks like with something like this, and now I might even be talking about more, we should be good for a couple of years with handling this, and then by then, hopefully, everything's back to normal. But that being said, they're even talking about increasing our funding every year now, the state, with the Office of the Aging. So.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Any other legislators? Any legislators on remote on the committee? Could you hear that? Okay. All those in favor then of clerk item 152-21 signify by saying aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Any opposed? Then this will move on to finance also.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. And the final item is clerk item 153-21, which is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance connection with the Department of Health. And we have Mr. Mayor, motion, please. Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Legislator Drucker. And
Good afternoon, Mary Ellen Lorraine, Department of Health. Item 153-21 is a supplemental appropriation. It's in the amount of $155,000. It's for our Expanded Partner Services Grant. This is funded through New York State Department of Health
and its purpose is to facilitate those with HIV/AIDS who may not be in care.
Rose, can I?
Any questions from the legislators? Legislator DeRidge Whitten.
No, Mary Ellen, I just want to offer my deepest condolences to the loss of your father. I had to call you about something, and you answered the phone on the day that he passed, which just goes to show how dedicated of a worker you are. But again, I'm very, very sorry, and you're here today. It's only a couple of days later, and we appreciate your incredible work, but I feel so terrible for your loss.
Thank you.
And Mary Ellen, I apologize. I did not even know that your dad had passed. I'm very, very sorry. And you know that we're all here for you, and we'll keep you all in our thoughts and prayers.
Thank you.
Anyone have any other questions for Mary Ellen? Okay, none. All in favor of clerk item 153-21, signify by saying aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Then this will move on to finance. Thank you. There are no other items before us. We have a motion to adjourn by Legislator Kennedy, seconded by Legislator DeRidge Whitten. All in favor of adjourning, signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, it is adjourned, and we move on to, are we up to finance?
That is correct.
Okay. Finance Committee is next.
Okay, I ask all the members of finance to join us in the chamber. And Mike, when you're ready, you just go ahead and call the roll,
Thank you, sir.
please.
Finance Committee roll call. Legislator Joshua Lafazan.
Here.
Legislator Arnold Drucker. Ranking Member Ellen Birnbaum.
Here.
Substituting for Rosemary Walker, we have Legislator John Ferretti. Thank you. Legislator Thomas McKevitt. Vice Chairman Vincent Muscarella.
Here.
Chairman Howard Copel.
Here.
We have a quorum, sir.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to take a motion now before we start to suspend the rules. That's made by Mr. McKevitt and seconded by Mr. Drucker. All those in favor of suspending the rules, please say aye. Any opposed? The rules are suspended. Okay, now we're going to go through a number of consent items. These are items that have previously been considered by other committees and have passed without dissent. The majority minority agreeing on them. Those items are number 148, 152, 153, 154, and 156. Motion on those items is made by Mr. Muscarella, seconded by Ms. Birnbaum. All those in favor of those items, please say aye. Any opposed? Okay, those items pass unanimously. Thank you. Next item will be number 150, and that's a resolution for issuance of a warrant for the treasurer to pay various other municipalities the monies received from mortgage taxes. And that item, the motion is made by Mr. Lafazan, seconded by Mr. McKevitt. All those, any questions on this item? Okay, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Any opposed? That item passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay. Moving on, number 155 is a grant agreement between Parks and the Art Guild of Port Washington. And that motion is made by, let's see, Rose, you're not on it today. Okay. That motion is made by Mr. Ferretti and seconded by Mr. Drucker.
Victoria Queso with the Department of Parks. 155 is an amendment to a hotel motel tax grant agreement with the Art Guild of Port Washington. to allow for, they had some delays to their projects due to COVID. So it's to allow for more time for them to use the funds.
Got it. Any questions? All right, then, all those in favor of number 155, please say aye. Any opposed? That item is unanimous. Thank you. And you've got 157?
Yep.
Please, number 157 is King Parks and the Nassau County Bailey Arboretum. And that motion is made by Mr. McKevitt, seconded by Mr. Lapizan.
157 is a hotel motel tax agreement with the Bailey Arboretum in the amount of $80,000 for the ongoing operation and programming of the Arboretum.
Okay, do we have any questions on that item? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you. That item is unanimous. We're moving on to the addendum. The first addendum. And on the addendum, let's see. Number 160 is a resolution authorizing an amendment to an agreement with the New York State Environmental Facilities Corporation with regard to the New York State Septic System Replacement Program. And that motion is made by Mr. McKevitt and seconded by Ms. Birnbaum.
Good afternoon. It's Brian Schneider from the County Exec's Office. Item 160-21 is an item to amend or restate an agreement with the New York State Environmental Facilities Corporation to participate in the state septic system replacement program. The state has allocated an additional $1 million to Nassau County towards the replacement of failing septic systems in priority geographic areas designated by the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation. This brings the total amount available from the New York State Environmental Facilities Corporation to $2 million. Eligible projects will be reimbursed through this program up to 50% of the total cost of the septic system replacement, with a maximum of $10,000 per household. This equates to 200 households which can be covered under this program. Once homeowners who apply through the program are notified that they have an eligible project and an award, they are then responsible for the total cost of the septic system replacement. The homeowner could choose to be reimbursed by the county directly or have the reimbursement paid directly to their contractor who installed the system. It is the intent of this program to reduce the environmental and public health impacts associated with the discharge of effluent from cesspools and septic systems to our sole source of drinking water, as well as threatened or impaired surface water bodies. The Department of Public Works, the Nassau County Soil and Water Conservation District, with support from the Office of Consumer Affairs, will be managing this program, which was publicly announced on May 3rd. Any questions?
Thank you, Brian. Any questions? Yes. Go ahead, Mr. Drucker.
Hi, Brian. How you doing?
Good afternoon.
How many eligible property owners have received funding so far through the county under this state grant program?
Well, as I stated, we just rolled the program out on May 3rd, so no projects have actually been reimbursed to this point, so the program is really in its infancy.
May 3rd. Oh, I'm sorry about that. I thought it was earlier than that. Okay.
Nope.
Yeah, 3 days ago, or whatever, 5
Correct.
days ago. Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Ms. Birnbaum?
Oh, hi. My question was very similar. I was at the announcement, and I'm very happy that the county has this funding available for homeowners for the reimbursement. Do we have any idea how many eligible homeowners there are with these older septic tanks? And I
Yes.
know people have been calling my office, so I'm sure people have been calling the county and asking about it.
Correct. So as hopefully all legislators know, that about 90% of the county's land area is covered by a centralized sanitary sewer system, but there are roughly 35,000 individual properties, whether they're single-family homes, multiple-family homes, or businesses that are on-site septics. They would all be eligible for this reimbursement. So depending upon the condition of their systems, obviously those systems that are nearer the shorelines Those are the ones that we really want to focus on, because those have an immediate impact on not only groundwater quality but surface water quality. Are leading to algal blooms in our embayments, primarily along the North Shore. So we will be evaluating applications as they come in. Everybody basically who is on an on-site system is eligible, and obviously with a $2 million grant at $10,000 per household, we're limited to right now to 200 households out of the 35,000 that I mentioned. Conversely, Suffolk County has 375,000 homes which are on-site septic, so they have a much larger problem. They have some, additional funding that is dedicated for their septic replacement program. So we're kind of starting smaller, but we'll take the $2 million at this point.
And how are we promoting it?
Okay, so we did have an announcement on May 3rd. We're going to be, and it is on our website, it's www.nassaucountyny.gov/septic replace. We will be reaching out, and we have had webinars with the various North Shore villages. We've been reaching out to the Village Officials Association. We're partnering with the North Shore Land Alliance and the Nature Conservancy, the Citizens Campaign for the Environment. We're going to be having webinars. We're going to have a Vendors Day where a resident, hopefully when COVID does have additional lifted restrictions, have some outdoor events where residents who are interested in the program will be notified through press and other social media to come out and meet with vendors who are installing these systems. So as we go further through the summer, we'll be holding more events and getting the word out.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure. Anyone else? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor of this item, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item is unanimous. I'm going to call a bunch together next, and that would be number 163, 166, and 167 are all authorization for the receivers of taxes to partially exempt certain properties in various school districts. Number 164 is authorizing to cancel certain restored tax in various school districts, and 165 is authorizing the correction of erroneous assessments on various properties. Those items are the motions made by Mr. Ferretti and seconded by Ms. Birnbaum. Any questions on those items? Hearing none. All those in favor? Did you have a question?
Yeah, I have actually a couple questions.
Okay. Mr. McKevitt, do we have anybody here to speak to those items?
Good afternoon, Deputy Assessor Robert Miles. Good afternoon, Legislator.
Good afternoon, Mr. Miles. Just a couple of questions. One thing I just came aware of, there is one item on Resolution 167-21, which is designed for properties in the town of Oyster Bay, but one of them I know is actually located within the town of Hempstead. It is Section 51, Block 47, Lot 135. The address for that is 2515 Ramona Street, East Meadow. So I just want to make sure that this won't be, her being in the wrong resolution will not negatively affect trying to, make sure her taxes are reset the correct amount.
No, thank you, Legislator. It must have been assigned to the wrong resolution.
It happens, I understand, so just want to correct that point. But the other bigger issue I just want to get to, since again, this woman just literally called my office on Thursday and indicated that the state of New York had declared her to be dead. She was quite surprised to find that. My office had a very vivid conversation with her. She's alive. It was not through any fault of your own. It was actually the state had actually, I guess, through processing your taxes, had erroneously taken away her enhanced star. And with that, the exemption as well, too. So I do appreciate the efforts in order to go and try to restore that. The question I do have, though, is that because of her losing the enhanced star, as well as her senior exemption, her school taxes have nearly quintupled from what they once were. And my question is when, and we spoke to her earlier today, because today is obviously May 10th and the taxes are due, and we told her you have to pay those taxes, because otherwise she'll get a penalty at that point. But I just want to know when exactly she's going to get refunded for these taxes she overpaid. She overpaid approximately over $6,000 in taxes.
Right.
So my biggest concern is, again, I thank the department for trying to correct this, but I just want to know how quickly can we get her money back?
Right. This has happened to a few individuals. For some reason, the state is marking them down as deceased. As you said, the department doesn't make that determination that's occurred. We're not sure why that happened to a few of those individuals. We correct them as soon as someone calls and says, hello, I'm here, I would appreciate it if you guys put us back on. We said, of course, not a problem. As soon as we get the legislation from the legislature, we process quickly, and then I think it's the treasurer takes the information and then I think has to deal with figuring out if there is a payment already or not with the town of whatever town the individual resides in, pays taxes for, and I think to quicken the pace, maybe ask for affidavits and W-9s if that comes up. But that's my knowledge of the process once it leaves assessment's hands.
Again, I do appreciate the efforts of assessment. Again, the concerns I have is for some people just taking a long period of time. There's one property that, again, I want to thank you for helping with my office for a person who had a lot line adjustment and the properties were incorrectly taxed. Right. But I mean, he pays money back on December 20th. They paid a lot of extra money. He has not yet received the money back, and our indications and the communication with the Treasurer's Office is that it's going to be at least several months till he gets that money back. Okay. And my perspective is, we have deadlines for people to go and be able to pay his taxes. Right. But for a person to have to wait 8, 9, 10 months to get their money back, I just wish there's some way that with you in the Treasurer's Department, we can figure a more efficient way for this to happen. Because again, mistakes happen. I understand it. I appreciate correcting it. But we know people have overpaid a lot of money. Right. I wish there's a quicker way we can get this money restored to people.
I only know the... oh, sorry, Beaumont. Like I said, we process the information and we put it into the system. And from there, Beaumont, I guess it goes to you.
Yes, Mr. Jefferson.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good to see you.
Great seeing you. Good afternoon, legislators. First, let me just explain. I'll explain the refund process, yes. And I think that would, kind of, at least let you know exactly how it works after the petitions are approved by the legislative body. They then come to my office. At that point, we mail out affidavits and W-9s to the resident. Right, the affidavit holds the county harmless, and the W-9 we need that information to issue a 1099. If it's a prior year petition, so if it was a 2019 or 2018 petition, that's something that we could do almost instantly. If it's a petition for the current year, the process is slightly different. So the way that works is if it's a petition on a school tax for, let's say this year, the current year, we have to wait for paid information. And the paid information on the school would come to our office in June. Affidavit goes out, we get that information and the W-9 back, and by July we issue the payment to the taxpayer. If it's a general tax, and most of the time it's both, so we send out, if it's school and general, we send out the affidavit and the W-9 in June. If it only affects the general tax, we would not get we don't get the information from the towns until the September time frame, and then and at that point the affidavit would go out and we would get that back and we would issue the refund shortly thereafter. So they are times where we accelerate that process. For instance, this year we had the vets and clergy exemption correction, and in that case, what we did is we asked the town to send us a file of the folks who paid, so that we could start working on that process a lot sooner. So there are times where we coordinate with either the town or assessment to get that information, get the refunds processed a lot sooner. But go ahead.
I was going to say, well, can we do that in this instance? Because, again, I have a woman who obviously paid a payment in December. She's making a payment today of a lot of additional money. You know, is there any way we can coordinate, or I'll help coordinate with the town of Hempstead to receive her taxes? She's paying the taxes today, so we know the amount's good. Do we have to wait to June, or can we get her paid as quickly as possible?
Yeah, so with those one-offs, we certainly could work with you. If we're dealing with several hundred payments, it's difficult for us to go through several hundred payments and issue refunds before we have the paid information, right? So, but when we have one-offs, if we have the information that the payment was made at the town, which, if you can get that information, or we can reach out and get it, and the resident fills out the W-9 and the affidavit, we can certainly work to get that refund out as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you very much.
But I just, that generally that's the process, and that's why it takes a while, because we need to know that the taxes were actually paid before we can issue a refund.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Ferretti?
Thanks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, gentlemen. So I have a similar situation, although it wasn't the state that that had the resident as deceased. It was the county. It's a young lady, 95 years old, residing on in Levittown. And, I know that that's one of the items on for today for correction. And so first, I guess I'll ask Mr. Miles first, just how this happened. How did this happen?
Well, we never claimed that the resident was deceased. I actually had a call with the resident's daughter to ask where she found that information. She said she couldn't particularly pinpoint it, but, like I said to Legislator McKevitt, we don't make the determination that someone is deceased. We saw that the state did take her off her enhanced star. It might have been an issue with, it looks like the transfer document wasn't abundantly clear that the transfer was a life estate, and that later on, I believe the state asked for the deed to comb through to find that later in the body of the deed that there was a life estate, and then we found that to be the case as well. It wasn't abundantly clear on the 5217 that there was a life estate, but later on when we looked through to the deed, we found that in the body there was the life estate. So that's that situation for that resident. The resident's daughter was extremely nice, said that our office was extremely helpful and worked very quickly. Once we received the call, we received the call on April 22nd, and a petition was initiated on April 23rd. And we just made sure upon review that everything was squared away for the first legislative session when this came to your desk. I don't know why the state I'm assuming, because we don't make the determination, why the state would make that claim if they did make that claim, but like I said, we don't make that determination, and I don't understand why they would. But
Okay, so yeah, she never. I understand that the Department of Assessment doesn't make determinations as to whether residents are deceased. Her claim is that, and of course I wasn't on the phone, but her claim is that an employee from the Department of Assessment had told her that, or had told her mother that they took her off because they thought she was deceased. But obviously neither one of us were on the phone for that alleged conversation. I find it hard to believe that the resident made it up. But in any event, so the resident also told me that she did start calling the Department of Assessment well before April 22nd, got a call back around April 22nd, and when she got the call back, was directed to my office to call me. Is that the procedure of the Department of Assessment?
No, I don't have that in our notes or the communication notes, so I'm not sure why. And like I said, there might be confusion between us and the state. There have been times when the state tells the resident to call your local legislator or local elected official to see what the process is. So, like I said, I'm not sure where that came from. It doesn't generally come from us. It could have been from the state, but in our notes, we had the call with the resident on April 22nd. Petition was generated April 23rd, and it's the first legislative calendar that's available.
Okay, so now we vote on this today through committees and then vote on it in front of the full legislature on the 24th. Assuming it passes, is this then fixed in the Nassau, the exemptions get restored at that point?
Correct.
Okay. Now, this particular constituent has a mortgage, and when the taxes were due back in October of 2020 for the first half school, her entire escrow for her mortgage was decimated, taken to make the larger payment. So since the beginning of the year, her mortgage payment has skyrocketed, not only to make up the difference in taxes, but to restore the escrow.
Right.
So in order for her bank to correct that, they're seeking a letter from the Department of Assessment to say there was an error made, that it's fixed, here are the actual numbers, the exemptions are restored.
So yeah, I talked to the resident's daughter already, and Beaumont's office is already offering help with that situation, and their office will be providing the letter since they'll be issuing the refund and everything. So my conversation earlier with her, she said that Beaumont's office was also very receptive, and the employee who helped her and her mother said that they're willing to whatever they can, whatever they need to do with the bank to make sure the situation is corrected.
All right, and I have a few questions for Mr. Jefferson, but before I do, if the bank comes back and says they need something in writing from the Department of Assessment that this is fixed, will your office be receptive to doing whatever it takes to make sure that the bank, realizes this was an error and repair, fixes the issue?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. So, Mr. Jefferson, I just had a couple questions. Thank you, Mr. Miles.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon.
Good. All right. You brought up the veterans' errors that were made a couple months back. Now, exactly, have they all been repaid at this point?
We're still working. We have 3 different files that we worked on. We have one file that's in the at the controller's office, and they'll they do some quality control, and then the checks, we cut the checks. So that one file is already processed. It's at the controller. We have one file today that we were just doing some checks on, and that will also go over to the controller's office by Wednesday at least.
So it sounds like no, they haven't all been paid.
Well, the answer to your question is yes. Some they haven't all. The checks haven't gone out the door, but all the files have been reviewed, and we're at the point where we're ready to cut checks.
So how many are outstanding? How many have been paid? Is it 50%, less than 50%? Actually checks out the door?
The checks haven't gone out the door. The files are at the controller's office to be.
So no checks have gone out the door?
No.
Wasn't this passed months ago? See, this is what's, I know Legislator McKevitt just expressed concern for his resident that's having this issue, and now I'm going to express it not only for my resident that's having this issue, but also all the veterans who had this issue. This was supposed to be rectified months ago.
No.
And and I understand you have a procedure. I understand.
And Legislator Ferretti, we have a procedure, and we put a special procedure in place for this, for the vets and clergy. And the procedure is that we would usually wait until we receive the file either in June. In this case, it would have been September because it's school and general. What we did, we reached out to each town. We asked them for a file. We said, let us know on the file. We need to know whether the resident paid their taxes, and if they did, and if they paid, did they pay the first half or did they pay both halves? And at that point, we started to process or refund. So our intent on March 12th, we extended the date of payments to March 12th of this year. We started receiving files from the town in probably the week after March 12th. I can get back to you with the exact date. And at that point, we started to review the files.
You said March 12th?
March 12th was the day that you could pay at the towns this year because, as you know, we extended the date from February 10th to the 12th.
So it sounds like basically from the towns, you wanted to make sure that they actually paid it before refunding them.
Yeah, before I can refund, I can't send money back to folks that haven't paid their taxes.
And that makes sense. But March 12th is now 2 months ago. So, go ahead.
March 12th, yeah, but we have one, we need to get the file. We have to understand what's on the file. There's some communication back and forth with the towns. Then we have to actually go into our system to verify names and addresses. And then, there's a whole process here. I can't send checks out the door to the to wrong addresses. It takes some time to process.
Understood. Now we have two situations here that we're talking about, Legislator McKevitt and myself, where there's not hundreds of people. There's one individual person and one individual person, one individual address in Levittown, one in East Meadow. There shouldn't be much verification to have to do in this instance.
Yeah, those incidents are separate. If you're dealing with one or two, and we work on getting the information, and we have that information in our hands. We know that they paid the taxes at the town, one. The second thing, we have the name and address, and we have that information, and we're not dealing with thousands of records that we have to actually look through. We can refund within a day or two.
I got to stop you. I mean, look, I understand there's a process. We don't want to make more mistakes than have already been made. I got it. But the reality is there's an entire title industry that checks taxes, does contins, verifies addresses instantaneously. Okay, if I call my title company and say I have a closing on Thursday, I need a tax contin, I'll have it by the end of the day or tomorrow morning. So this can be done. It doesn't have to take 2 months.
No, I have to disagree with you there.
Okay.
We also have to maintain these records in our system, in our refund system. So with the one individual or two or 10, we can keep that information separately and update the system. When we're dealing with thousands of records, it requires us to update the system, our tax system, the ADAPT system, so that we know that these refunds were issued. We have that information and those files on record. So, to keep the data integrity is not something that we would outsource to a title company and then get that information
and
back.
I'm not suggesting outsourcing it. I'm just giving you, I'm just illustrating that it can be done. But putting that to the side, these two specific instances, if we pass this on May 24th, because I could tell you, the young lady that in Levittown with the mistake is communicating with me on a, I don't want to say hourly basis, but close to it. When can I tell her she's going to be able to get this money? We do this May 24th. Is this something that's going to take a month, 2 months, a day? I hope.
If you pass this legislation, if you pass this today, we have the petition in hand, and we have two individuals that need a refund. As long as we have the information that's required, we can do the refund. I need to know one that they've paid and who to make the check out to.
All right, so we're not doing it today, right? We're just putting it through committees, but we are going to hopefully do it May 24th. If you need any additional information, if you don't have anything, and I'm sure I'm speaking for Legislator McKevitt as well, I'll talk to you after. I'll give you my cell phone. Call me the minute you need anything to get these people repaid. We'll get you whatever you need.
Yeah, well, my office is very, we understand the issues. We deal with all delinquent taxes. We understand that when folks overpay, they want their money back as soon as possible, and we want to work to do that. I mean, we're only dealing with delinquent taxes. Once it comes to my office, it's a delinquent tax, it's a lien. We understand. I have folks who just, their main job is to communicate with the taxpayer and try to help them, and that's what we do. We don't want to delay. If I could issue a refund the day after, I would.
I appreciate everything you just said. I would just differ on one. To amend one thing you said, in this situation, I can speak for my constituent, and I'm sure for many of the veterans that were overcharged as well. This isn't about wanting the money back. It's about needing the money back. They need this money back to survive. So please, anything you don't have, call me. We'll get it to you as soon as we can. And thank you for your work on this.
You're welcome.
Beaumont's office is extremely, on the one-offs, extremely receptive. We had a similar issue with a resident who had personal issues that, she really needed some help, and Beaumont's office, cleared the check 2 weeks after the legislation came out. So I imagine that'd be a similar situation here.
Beaumont, I've got a quick question for you, if you don't mind. Just picking up on something that Legislator Ferretti was talking with you about, and that is the fact that the information is available, it is computerized, and it is available for someone to go out and do a search, and we can pretty much get it within hours. Can you not commission a cross-reference program where you would get this information automatically? In other words, the information's there. Why can't you just get a daily printout of the various properties to which this pertains?
Yeah, Legislator Coppell, I don't think I'm prepared to speak to that. I mean, that's something I would have to. Would you
please? What I'm asking, I understand that. I'm not criticizing it. I'm saying that the subject has come up, and it does sound like it. At least it sounds to me like it would be doable. So, would you look into seeing if you can do it?
Yeah. So, I think. Let me. There are two things here. There's the first part is to make. We have to validate that the person paid their taxes, which is the most important thing before we do the refund. And then the second thing I believe is what you're speaking to is to go over our files to ensure that we're paying the right, and we're cutting checks to the correct individuals. Now that takes we do have that data is in our tax system. It takes some research. There are times where we want to make sure that the check goes to someone who can actually cash it. For instance, if you have in our system, the system may say that it's a life estate, so that's the information that we get from the town or from the ADAPT system, or it's in a trust. So those are the parcels that we pull out, and we have to take a look at them. We have to research them more so that we can identify who does the check go to. You know, when we send checks out to life estates and trusts,
life estates, and I do appreciate the complexity that you encounter sometimes, but life estate is a pretty unusual thing. You don't encounter them very often.
But I'm just giving you an example.
You know, I get it, but in other words, I'm not. You know, I'm not criticizing. I'm suggesting that perhaps you might look into some way of getting the report and streamlining things that way.
And I certainly will, but I just I can't stand here today and tell you that.
No, I'm not asking you to. I'm not asking that. Anybody else? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor of numbers? Where were we? Let's see. 163, 164, 165, 166, and 167. Please so indicate by saying aye. Any opposed? Those items are unanimous. Number 172 is a resolution authorizing an execution of agreement with American Traffic Solutions and school districts with relation to the county's school bus program, Stop Arm Photo Enforcement Program. And that motion is made by Mr. Muscarella and seconded by Mr. Lafazan. And I know that went through an earlier committee. You must have somebody here. Do we have any questions on that item here? No. Yes. Okay. All right. Ms. Birnbaum and then Mr. Drucker.
Hi, good afternoon. I did sit through the previous testimony, so I heard all the questions and answers. The one question that I have that I'm very concerned is with a possible public safety fee being added onto the violation fee of $250. I'd actually like to speak to, I guess TIPFA would be the ones who would be doing Mr. Rich, would you know offhand how this is going to be handled? Because I remember back in 2016, this body voted, the majority voted in favor of an administration fee on other traffic code fees on top of it. And at that time, I was opposed to it because I thought it was almost like an additional tax on residents in Nassau County. And I'm hoping that the reason we're doing this the school bus stop arm enforcement is for safety of our children, safety of our county residents, not as an additional way of raising revenue. So could you tell us now whether it will be at the 250 or you intend to tack on an administrative fee?
Dave Rich from Traffic and Parking. Unfortunately, I cannot answer at this time. I am going to seek guidance from the administration of whether or not that fee will be assessed on these type of violations.
You'll have that before the full legislature considers that in a couple, 2 weeks?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, no, that's very important for us to know because I know when we tried to implement the school zone enforcement, it was a big issue with many of our residents, and we heard protests loud and clear, and that program had been stopped. So I want to make sure that when we initiate this program, we do it the right way, and we tell people at the beginning how much the violation will be.
Understood.
Thank you.
Mr. Drucker?
Thank you, Chairman. I also sat through the previous presentation, so a lot of my questions have been answered, but I did also want to echo some of the sentiments earlier raised that, I want to commend the administration for getting this done. I know that I've been involved in this for a couple of years now, and I want to commend my colleague, Legislator Bino, because her commitment on this issue was very, very instrumental as well, and it was very important that we get this done for the safety and welfare of the children in our communities. But with that in mind, I want to make sure that we're going to pass this through, but I would like the administration to reconsider some of the additional fees that are going to be tacked on here, because it does make it unworkable. No, they will. I think you said that you would be discussing it with the administration, didn't you, Mr. Rich?
Yes, I did. I did say that. Correct, sir.
Yeah. So hopefully in 2 weeks we can have some further details on that, because it is important, and I realize, COVID-19 set us back quite a bit on this issue, and the RFPs that went out, it was difficult. But with regard to the RFPs, our backup shows that the New York State Attorney General's office, in reviewing the business history form for Vera, there were some issues disclosed in their business history form. Does TIPFA or the administration have any concerns about these disclosures?
Dan Gregware, Deputy County Attorney's Office. We actually had some concerns, particularly with respect to one of the vendor's responses to question 13 of the business history form, the first bulleted response. So we actually reached out to ATS to give us a further explanation about that circumstance, and after seeing their response, we were satisfied that it wasn't something that we were overly concerned with. I can give you some background on that if you like, or...
Well, yeah, so they amplified the complaint and satisfied you with their explanation. Can you just summarize what that was?
Sure. Yeah, the disclosure was the vendor had utilized a quote from another municipality, and the municipality, excuse me, the municipality. Let me restart from the beginning. The vendor had utilized a endorsement quote, attributing it to the city of Chicago, when in fact it was actually attributed to another one of their customers. So it was a internal paperwork mistake on their part, and they realized it. The city of Chicago found out that was the issue. They did, I think, a 2-year administrative period where they reviewed the vendor, making sure there were no further issues, and they ultimately continued the contract with the city of Chicago, and that administrative period is now over. And I'd like to emphasize that city of Chicago continued their contract with ATS during this period.
And was was the Inspector General, our County Inspector General, was she apprised of these disclosure responses, and what was her response to that?
Yeah, no, we haven't heard from the attorney or the Inspector General's office. I haven't shared these additional information, but I certainly can. I have information from their counsel at ATS, some back and forth emails. I had several inquiries back and forth with their counsel just to clarify the circumstances. But I can certainly share that with the IG's office. I don't know how in-depth the IG's office was able to review those disclosure forms. I know that this was just filed on Friday, so I understand that they may not have enough time.
The disclosure forms were just filed on Friday?
The contract package was with the disclosure forms,
But
correct?
that's really within the purview of her office's role here, right, is to review some of these disclosures?
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I would hope that would be the process here.
Absolutely, yeah. And like I said, it was filed with the legislature. I'm sure if the IG's office has any questions, I can share the information that I received from ATS as well. If they have any further questions, the Deputy General Counsel offered to be on a phone call as well with me, or I'm sure I could also invite the Inspector General's office as well if they have any questions.
Thank you. The vendor is going to allow for a $500,000 allowance for the public service announcement campaign. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, yep.
And what is TIPFA's plan with regard to that? You know, how do they plan on using that? Will they require an RFP for the campaign, for the public service announcement campaign? And that, you know, how will that impact on the deadline here for implementation?
I could address that. The $500,000 is spread out over the 5 years. They did provide a schedule in the contract, but in general, it's not going to be solely a TIPFA agreement to how the monies are spent. It'll be an administrative input onto how best to publicize the program.
So you're not going to have, who's going to make that determination? The administration?
Yes.
Okay. And you will do that internally, or will that be something that the legislature has any involvement in?
I believe Legislator Ford had asked for some feedback on anything that we were going to initially issue, so I would have to defer to the administration.
Katie Horst from the administration. We would, of course, welcome your input. I think we're still very early into this program. Nothing has been developed, but we welcome your input and any thoughts that you may have on any campaign that we look to do in the future.
Okay, thank you. Just one final question, getting back to some of the mechanics of the equipment. So, how does the automatic, the silent alarm button work? Can anyone tell me about that? And how it's going to be connected to warn authorities of the law enforcement of an emergency?
We could obtain additional information. I don't actually have the details of how that would operate, but we can provide that to you once we get some more information from the vendor.
And I think it was explained earlier that the camera goes on automatically as soon as the bus is operational. Is that correct? So if that's the case, so the bus driver has no ability to disconnect it or do anything involving its operation. Is that correct?
That is our understanding.
Okay. Thank you.
I did hear in the earlier committees when you had you had a question on the fact that some school buses might, for instance, pull up too early before a child is ready, and they may sit there for a while. You're going to, did I hear that you're going to have some sort of training program prior to full implementation where drivers would be told not to do this, not to put out their signs?
There will definitely be a training program, but I think the situation that was discussed was when a driver actually has the stop arm out. Drivers who are just pulled along the side of the road without the stop arm out, there's no issue.
Well, that was precisely the question, because some drivers might pull over and put out the stop arm as just as a matter of habit, when they're, as I say, vastly premature. They're just waiting.
Yeah, they'll be trained.
Okay, good. Ms. Birnbaum, you had another question?
Yes, back to the payment of the fees. So the county actually issues the fine and collects the fine, and then 1/3 of that goes back to the vendor, correct?
Yes, basically.
Okay, so in our red light camera program right now, was this changed to, I think it had been set as a fee as well, something similar, but did it get changed over the years that we don't pay that way anymore?
The initial red light camera contract used to be per pole. We paid a fixed price. And then at some point, we renegotiated to a percentage of the fine and penalty. I think it started out at 38%, and right now it's down to 35% of fine and penalty.
Okay. Do we have any idea right now how much or how many penalties like this are issued in the county per year? Do we know how widespread a problem this is and the potential for how much money will be collected?
Unfortunately, we have the two tests that were done, I think, within the past year. We can't accurately forecast how widespread this is. We looked at how many tickets were issued by the police department for this type of violation, but it would be much lower than what you could get through a photo enforcement program.
Do we know what goes on in other counties? How many do our surrounding counties have a program in place like this?
Suffolk County actually just started issuing their violations, I think, May 1st, but they did a 60-day warning period in which the press announcement showed that there was 10,000 violations issued in a, 10,000 warning letters issued in a 60-day period.
Okay, and for those school districts that didn't answer the survey, and so it's about half, you said, how are we going about contacting them? Has this been ongoing? Have you been in touch with all the school districts?
We haven't formally been in touch with every school district, but we did reach out to the Nassau County Council of School Superintendents, and we shared with them the participation agreement. They made comments, they gave it back to us, and we plan to reach out to them again once the contract is approved so that we can discuss the business rules and what we plan to do, and then they can go back to their school districts and talk to the school board and pass and approve the participation agreement, opt-in.
Do you have a feeling for what their prime concern might be, the ones who are a little hesitant to join in at this point? Is there some commonality why some school districts might not want to do this?
I've not heard from a school district that has not wanted to do it. There was, I think, 1 or 2 in the survey from a year and a half ago that said they may not be interested, but that was a long time ago, and I think the climate has changed.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor of item 172, please so indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item is unanimous. We have one more item on the addendum 2, which actually ought to have been included in the at the outset with the consent items. I'm advised that that ought not to have been placed on our agenda, so we're not going to do it. All right. There are no further items. Mr. Muscarella moves to adjourn. Mr. Lafazan seconds that motion. All those in favor of adjourning, say aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned, and we're back to rules.
We are all here. Calling the Rules Committee out of recess. I'm going to be calling the items on the consent calendar, items that have gone through committees earlier. And it's been agreed by the majority and minority that no further debate or discussion is needed on these items at this time. But actually, before I do that, I need a motion to suspend the rules. Moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. All in favor of suspending the rules signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Rules are suspended. Okay. Item 148 of 2021, 150, 151, 152, 153, 154, 155, 156, 157. That's now to the addendum. 160, 161, 163, 164, 165, 166, 167. Addendum 2, 162, 174, and that's it. No, we're going to add to that list 172, 2021. Moved by Deputy Presiding Officer Copel, seconded by Minority Leader Abrahams. Any debate or discussion on those items? Any public comment? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carry unanimously. We'll have the right pen. Okay. So we go down to item 158 of 2021, a resolution to accept a gift offered by the Nassau County Police Department Foundation to the Nassau County Police Department. The item is moved by Legislator Bino, seconded by Legislator Terigi Whitten. It's before us. Inspector Fields.
Good afternoon, William Field, Deputy Inspector with the Police Department. I just want to take a quick second to introduce with me here today Deputy Inspector Tom Murphy. He's new to PAB and will be helping me out in the future with some presenting.
Okay, all right, welcome.
Item 158-21, is to accept a donation from the Nassau County Police Foundation to the Police Department in the amount of $694.48. The foundation is donating some detergent and earplugs for use at the department's firearms training unit.
Okay. Any discussions or questions? I think we're good.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. And now we go to the first addendum. Item 159 of 2021 is a local law further postponing the date of the 2021 sale of tax liens pursuant to Article 2 of Title B of Chapter 5 of the Nassau County Administrative Code. Moved by Legislator Terigi Whitten, seconded by Legislator Bino. Dave Beaumont.
Hi. Good afternoon, legislators. This item, this local law further postpones the tax lien sale from a date after May 1st to a date after August 31st of 2021. The tax lien sale is usually held the third week of February. As you may recall, I was here a couple of months ago to request that the date be postponed based on Chapter 104, based on the New York State COVID Eviction and Foreclosure Prevention Act. The date for tax lien sales were moved to a date after May 1st, and recently they extended that time period to August 31st. So this local law will permit us to have a lien sale some date after August 31st.
Okay, all right, thank you. Any questions? I think we're good. All right, all in favor of that item signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? That carries unanimously. Going to 170 of 2021, a resolution authorizing the county executive to execute an agreement with the Bayville Fire Company for the procurement of an ambulance. Moved by legislator DeReggie Whitten, seconded by legislator Rhodes. Any debate or discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, carries unanimously. 171 is a resolution authorizing the county executive to execute an intermunicipal agreement with the Bethpage Fire District in relation to purchasing a digital sign and automated CPR equipment. Huh? Automated. Mental block. Moved by legislator Schaefer, seconded by legislator Bino. Any debate or discussion on this item? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, carries unanimously. Addendum 2. 168 of 2021, a resolution requesting the legislature of the state of New York to enact and the governor to approve an act in relation to authorizing the county of Nassau to transfer ownership of certain parkland to the village of Freeport. Moved by legislator Rhodes, seconded by legislator Minority Leader Abrahams.
Good afternoon, presiding officer and legislators.
Afternoon.
Dennis McDermott, Deputy County Attorney. This is a request for the Nassau County Legislature to approve a home rule message in support of State Senate Bill S1372 and Assembly Bill A7292, authorizing the transfer of Cow Meadow to the village of Freeport. This transfer would be done pursuant to an intermunicipal agreement that would, of course, be approved by the full legislature. I think in this instance, the village intends on doing several expensive capital improvements, including installing several ball fields at the park, rehabilitating the marinas, to create new and exciting recreational opportunities for both the county and the village residents. And according to the proposed bill, county residents would basically have the same use of Cow Meadow as the village residents. So if the village residents are charged X amount, the rest of the county would only be charged the same thing.
Okay, all right, thank you. Any debate or discussion on the item? Legislator Rhodes.
Cow Meadow Park, unfortunately, is a symbol of neglect, in the sense that that park has needed upgrades for an extensive period of time. The fields are in terrible condition. The lighting is in terrible condition. The marina is an absolute disaster, to the point where it's fenced off as unusable. Unfortunately, there have been instances where it has been used as a dumping ground, unfortunately, for victims of crime. And it is something that the village of Freeport has expressed an interest for a number of years, and in fact, a previous proposal was brought up 2 years ago to transfer the property to the village so that they can make capital investments. That unfortunately did not pass the legislature 2 years ago, and I am hopeful that it will pass this year. As a safeguard, however, we are sending a letter to the county executive asking for capital improvements to be included as part of the county's capital plan in case this proposal does not go through, so that the residents surrounding the Cow Meadow Park are no longer subjected to the unsafe and dilapidated conditions that they've had to deal with over the course of the last several years. So I would urge my colleagues to approve the transfer. It protects and preserves county residents' ability to be able to use that park with the upgraded facilities that are being paid for at the expense of the Incorporated Village of Freeport. And I think it is the best for the residents of the village and best for the residents of Nassau County that the transfer go through. I will also add that one of the issues that we have at that particular park is the fact that the Incorporated Village of Freeport has its own police department, obviously. However, jurisdiction over that particular park falls to the Nassau County Police Department. And so every time we want to send a car down there to check and make sure that the gates are secure, that the park itself is secure, we wind up having to take somebody off of post into the Incorporated Village of Freeport, where they usually don't patrol. So that also takes that drains the resources of the police department, and this transfer would also put that park under the jurisdiction of the Freeport Police Department, where it can be better and more efficiently protected. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion or comment? No, hearing none. All in favor of this item signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Okay. Those opposed? Carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. 173 of 2021 is a resolution authorizing and directing the Nassau County Department of Information Technology to provide legislative staff read-only access to the county's electronic routing system. Moved by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell, seconded by Legislator DeRidge Whitten. Let me just explain what this is about. We have community revitalization grants that take an extraordinary amount of time and have to go through a number of different steps in different departments, sometimes multiple times. The legislators are unable to track where these grants are in this process. So what this would do is allow us to look at the electronic contract routing system to identify a particular grant which may be sitting in an office for an undue length of time and give a push on our behalf. This is for read only. We would not be able to alter in any means or possible with respect to the system. Katie?
Good afternoon, Katie Horst from the administration. I've just been asked to make a request that these next few items be tabled as they were just filed today and the administration hasn't had a chance to give them a full review.
Well, I think we're going to go ahead with them. I mean, we have 2 weeks before the full legislature, and you know, we obviously will be looking forward to your comments at that point, and you know, if there changes need to be made, we can reach agreements on those at that time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Legislator DeRidge Whitten.
I really support anything we can do to help the process of the CRPs. And just within the next 2 weeks, if your council and our council can just meet, there's just a few little technical things I'd like to add to this, including, you know, just as far as what department they're stuck at. Sometimes it's the controller's office, sometimes it could be, you know, a different, you know, one of the budget offices. So I think the more specific we are, the better it will work.
Good. Yeah, we'll definitely do that. Any further debated discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. The next item is 175 of 2021, a local law to impose certain requirements on the Department of Assessment with respect to evidence presented at small claims assessment review hearings. Moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. Legislator Rhodes, did you want to say a few words about this item?
Sure, I'm happy to do that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. Obviously, we're all familiar with the challenge process. Residents are aware of the fact that they have the ability to file a grievance of their property tax assessment. If their grievance is not accepted, the process goes to, well, once they file their grievance, the process goes to ARC. ARC will make an offer. If they do not agree with that offer, they have the opportunity to go to SCAR, which is Small Claims Assessment Review. What we have found is that particularly pro se filers are usually mistakenly under the impression that the comparables that are used by ARC will be the same comparables that are used at SCAR. And they are shocked to find out that when they go to present their case at SCAR hearings, that the Department of Assessment is using different values and different evidence at SCAR while ARC was reviewing the accuracy of the proposed assessment during the grievance process. So essentially, pro se filers are being sandbagged, that the values that are being used to determine the initial assessment and the values that are being used by ARC in making its decision turn out to be different from the values that are being presented by the Department of Assessment at the SCAR hearing. And residents are only finding out about that at the SCAR hearing. And so what we're looking to do in this legislation is to provide some fairness and balance that would allow homeowners, many of whom have never participated in an adversarial legal process in their life, to have access to the comparables that will be used at the hearing in advance of the hearing so that they could prepare their case. The county has access to several sources of information that the individual property owner doesn't have, and it's only fair to even the playing field to give the homeowner the comparables that are going to be used by the professional real estate attorneys that they will be facing at the SCAR hearing. And we've heard from residents that they went to SCAR hearings prepared to address one set of comparables that were discussed at ARC, only to find a new set of comparables at SCAR, and they don't have the time at the hearing or even internet access where they could try and look it up on their phones or laptops to see and evaluate those comparables, and finding out after the fact, after they get home, that there may have been issues with the comparables that were being used to defend those values, that they, because they did not have the opportunity to do the research, missed the boat on being able to challenge and present that evidence to the hearing officer at SCAR. They don't feel that it's fair. We certainly agree that it is unfair. And so this legislation requires that for pro se petitioners who file a SCAR petition, that no later than 30 days prior to a hearing on such petition, the Department of Assessment must mail a notice setting forth the evidentiary proof that the pro se petitioner may present at the hearing. No later than 30 days prior to the hearing, the Department of Assessment must disclose the evidence that it will present to the pro se petitioners. The failure to timely disclose that proof would preclude the department from offering evidence at the hearing. So there's an actual sanction to force them to comply with that. And it requires that the Department of Assessment can only present evidence that it used to determine the assessed value in dispute, and is precluded from offering any other evidence to support its determination. In this way, throughout the course of the process, we are ensuring due process to the benefit of homeowners that are attempting to grieve their property tax assessment by being upfront, honest, and transparent about what our Department of Assessment has done in calculating its value and what it's using as evidence to defend its value, which is being brought up at the SCAR hearing. And by providing residents with 30 days advance notice of what that evidence will be, it affords them the opportunity to gather their own evidence so that you can have a true, fair, open, and honest hearing of the issues that are involved in the grievance. And I would, that's what the bill accomplishes, and I would urge my colleagues to stand up for residents and approve this legislation.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else want to comment on this? Sure.
We plan on passing it through, but within the next 2 weeks, we're hoping to get a legal opinion from the county attorney's office as to whether or not the state precludes any of these actions. I don't know if they do or not, but I would just like to know for sure.
Well, what we're proposing is placing limits on ourselves, right? We're not impacting the SCAR process from the state standpoint. We're not adding any requirement or taking away any requirement from the SCAR process itself. We're saying to our own Department of Assessment, this is what you need to do when you're defending your value at a SCAR hearing. This is the disclosure that we're requiring you to provide. Has no broader implication than Nassau County, and we certainly have the ability to restrict what our own departments do. So I think that, I mean, certainly go out and get a legal opinion, but I can't.
I support the idea of being as transparent as possible. I think, as you know, and I think it's, in theory, it's a good idea. I just, again, I've been told that there might be a question as to whether or not, it's legal. So I'd like to try to stay in the legal end of it.
No, of course, but I can't imagine that there would be a situation where, from a legal standpoint, we wouldn't be able to impose additional limits on ourselves. It has no broader application than that.
I don't know. There might be some reasons that we can't interfere with the SCAR process that I am not aware of, and that's why I would just like the county attorney just to review it within the next 2 weeks.
Understood.
Yep. Okay. All right. Any other debate or discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, carries unanimously. The last item is 176 of 2021. It's a local law to amend the Nassau County Administrative Code with respect to vendor integrity and disclosure documents for municipal corporations and districts as defined by Section 119N of the New York State General Municipal Law. Moved by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. This again is directed toward the CRP process. As part of the reforms with respect to contracting, vendor disclosure statements of over 6 months have to be updated, which makes sense with a private entity. It does not make sense with a municipality where the elected officials are, serving for a term and may serve for many years. So what was happening is that we would have to go back to the municipality every 6 months because the county had not moved the CRP along into the process quickly enough. So this will avoid us having to get additional disclosure statements from a municipality in which we know that the relevant individuals are the same. Any debate or discussion on this one?
No, just that also while we meet on the other one, if we can meet on this too. Just a couple little things I'd like to, for instance, if there is a new election, we'll have a process that's put in place for them to update everything.
Okay, sounds good. Any further debate or discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, carries unanimously. Motion to adjourn, Legislator Bino, seconded by Legislator DeReggie Whitten. All in favor of adjourning, signifying by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, we are adjourned.
you.